हां, आपण सुरू करूया. कॅन वी स्टार्ट?
The host is not allowing participants.
Yes, you are allowed, madam. You are co-host. You are the co-host, madam.
Thank you.
Yes. Can we start, madam?
Sure, sir, please.
Okay. Welcome. Tawan sir, please start.
Okay, madam. Go ahead.
Yes.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Productivity is never an accident. It is always the result of a commitment to excellence, intelligent planning, and focused efforts. Good afternoon, everyone. I extend a very warm welcome to all the dignitaries and all my colleagues assembled in online mode amidst this new normal for a brainstorming one-day state-level workshop on understanding NAAC manual. We want to express our heartfelt thanks to organizers. Workshop is organized by Internal Quality Assurance Cell, AQSC, Yashwantrao Chauhan Institute of Science, Satara, and supported by UGC-Paramarsh scheme. To begin with, may I request Dr. Jay Kumar Chauhan sir, Coordinator IQSC, for formal welcome and introduction of guest. Over to you, sir. Dr. J. Chauhan sir.
Okay, thank you, Sonal ma'am. A very good afternoon to the virtual gathering on the occasion of one-day state-level workshop on understanding the NAAC manual. For the inaugural session of this one-day state-level workshop, we have with us a very dynamic principal and the joint secretary of the Rayat Shikshan Sanstha and the NAAC assessor, Principal Dr. Pratibha Gaikwad ma'am. Key speaker of this workshop, Honorable Sri Hari Pingle, Coordinator of IQSC, SN Arts, DJ Malpani Commerce and PN Sarda Science College, Sangamner. The principal of this event, Dr. B.T. Jadhav Sahib, and gracious presence for this inaugural event by the Vice Principal of our institute, Professor Vivai Deshpande, heads and coordinators of various departments, and dear participants. We are now with this one-day state-level workshop. At the outset, I would like to welcome you all on the inaugural session of this event. Though we have kept this workshop as a state level, even though we have received the registrations from the 8 different states, we have received over 300 registrations from the different parts of the country. The people are still joining this event. So dear friends, this event is organized with the support of UGC-Paramarsh scheme. As in the December 2019, this institute has sanctioned the Paramarsh scheme by the UGC with the 5 mentee colleges around the from the Satara district. And since then, we have organized or we have taken the several initiatives to improve the performance and to get the accreditation to these mentee colleges as well as several other aspiring colleges to get their assessment as an accreditation. So dear friends, what I personally feel in this NAAC assessment and accreditation process, most of the times, for example, the Vice Chancellor of the university, principals and the directors of the higher education institutions, IQSC coordinators and criterion chairpersons, they all are acquainted with the what is the exact procedural details of the NAAC assessment and accreditation. However, what I felt, the most of the time, the half of the faculty from the several campuses of higher education institutions, they are not exactly aware about the what is the exact steps which are involved in the NAAC assessment and accreditation process. Many times when any working committee of the any higher education institution which organizes the events, half of the faculty, they are not aware what is going in the campus. So with this special motto, every faculty or every entity on the campus, they should be aware about the what is the exact NAAC assessment and accreditation, what steps are involved in the this process of the assessment and accreditation. For this special purpose, this workshop is organized with under the support of the UGC-Paramarsh scheme. As NAAC is provided everything in the NAAC manual, that NAAC manuals are different for the different higher education institutions, like the separate manual for the university assessment, separate manual for the autonomous colleges, then separate guidelines there are there for the affiliated as well as the constituent colleges. Everything is designed objectives of the NAAC or the assessment, what is IIQA, what is SSR, DVV, how the NAAC accreditation is given, or what is the grading system. Everything is there. However, what I feel, if it is present before the faculty members in more elaborative way, so it will be more effective to understand in very precise manner. So for that purpose, we have organized this workshop. Dr. Srihari Pingre sir will elaborate us more in more detail in next 2-3 hours. So once again, I welcome you all for this inaugural session. We have with us Principal Dr. Pratibha Gaikwad ma'am, Principal Dr. B.G. Jadhav sir, Srihari Pingre sir, as well as our Vice Principal Professor V.Y. Deshpande sir. Once again, on behalf of Rayat Shikshan Sanstha, Yashwantrao Chavan Institute of Science, Satara, I welcome you all. Hopefully, this workshop will help you to improve the performance in NAAC assessment and accreditation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We are very much honored to have with us Honorable Principal Dr. Pratibha Gaikwad ma'am, Joint Secretary in Higher Education, Rayat Shikshan Sanstha and NAAC Assessor, as a chief guest for this inaugural session. I would like to request Honorable Principal Dr. Pratibha Gaikwad ma'am to guide us with your words of wisdom and knowledge. Over to you, ma'am. Honorable Principal Dr. Pratibha Gaikwad ma'am.
Kumar, should I start?
Yes, madam. Welcome.
Chalu sir, karu na?
Yes, madam.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, okay. A very good afternoon to one and all. At the very outset, I take this opportunity to offer my tribute to the founder of Rayat Shikshan Sanstha, Padma Bhushan, Dr. Karmavir Bhaurao Patil, and Rayat Maudi Sau, Lakshmibai Bhaurao Patil. Because of the vision of them, we all are over here and in the mainstream of higher education. Secondly, I take the privilege to greet one and all, and I declare this one-day state level Paramarsh, UGC-Paramarsh sponsored workshop on understanding NAAC manual as inaugurated. It is a great pleasure for me to inaugurate this very, very important activity. We have amidst us the dynamic principal of a very esteemed institute. We may call it as a flagship science college of Rayat Shikshan Sanstha, that is Yashwantrao Chavan Institute of Science, Honorable Principal Dr. B.T. Jadhav sir, coordinator of this particular activity, Dr. Jay Kumar sir, the organizing secretary, Mr. Mujawar sir, Vice Principal, Professor V.Y. Deshpande sir, dear participants. As we all know, higher education plays a vital role in the development of the individual, in the development of a society, in the development of the nation, and the development of mankind in total. So if we want any country's social, economic, and political progress to be visible and sustainable, higher education plays a key role. And what we may call as the paramount mission of higher education is to open paths for individuals to obtain a very remarkable position in the society, thereby improving the quality of the society and bringing about development of the nation. Because as has been rightly stated, that at any stage of development, humans should not be lost sight of, and that is what our founder, Padma Bhushan Dr. Karmavir Bhaurao Patil did. He brought all the downtrodden into the mainstream of education by by starting these higher educational institutes under the auspices of Rayat Shikshan Sanstha. Now, inviting your attention to the topic. The topic for this particular workshop or seminar, whatever it is called, is Understanding NAAC Manual. I consider this topic as a very important topic because as say students of any faculty or for any exam, when we appear for any exam, unless and until we don't understand the question, our response, our answers can never be up to the mark. So understanding the manual basically plays a very important role in appearing for NAAC assessment and accreditation process. Now, as rightly stated by Dr. Chavan, Jai Chavan sir, that there are different categories of this manual: university, autonomous, constituent and affiliated. And for B.Ed and physical education, there is different manual. So these are the categories of NAAC manual. However, though we might come basically under affiliated or autonomous colleges, the questions, the matrices, the 7 criterions are one and the same for everybody, but how we interpret them on the basis of its relevance to our local needs, to our needs, or to the needs of the students who study in our institute, plays a major role in gaining very good weightages or accreditation points during the NAAC manual. And whenever we try to understand the manual of our NAAC accreditation manual, one thing we should usually look into is the 5 core values which have been given by NAAC. Now, these 5 core values do not differ in case of be it university, be it affiliating college, be it constituent college, autonomous, B.Ed or physical education. Be it any type of college, these 5 core values which have been identified by NAAC are taken as it is for all the types of institutions which are willing, voluntarily coming up for getting itself accredited. And when we come to a stage of higher education, it is a stage where majority of the students come out as job ready students and some pursue higher education. Now, when the students from higher educational institutes come out in the society in the form of job-ready students, over here, the NAAC is interested to know whether the process which was conducted by the college is a output-based process. So all these 5 categories, 5 core values should result into that particular type of outcome which is observed in the student by the job providers. That is the main theme of this whole activity. So without putting more stress on understanding the NAAC manual, because it will be considered in detail by the speaker, Mr. Pingre, who has been gracious enough to accept our invitation and come all the way virtually, rather not come all the way virtually, and participate in this particular program. So one focus and one most important focus is the learner should not be lost sight of in any of the 7 criteria, because when we look at the 5 core values, they all are related to the learners. None of it is related to any other aspect. So learner-centered activity is what which should be reflected in this particular NAAC activity, because NAAC is one thing, but the major aspect is for the students, which was taught to all of us by none other than our founder Padma Bhushan Dr. Karmavir Bhaurao Patil and number of social reformers in this great Maharashtra. With these few words, I once again invite Dr. Pingre sir, and I place on record my high level of appreciation towards the dynamic principal of Yashwantrao Chauhan Institute of Science, Honorable Principal Dr. B.T. Zadhu sir, for organizing this wonderful and very relevant and very meaningful activity under UGC-Paramarsh scheme for all the mentee colleges all the mentee colleges and all the other participants also. I also congratulate all the academicians involved in this particular activity. I wish all the participating colleges all the best in the next 2 to 3 hours, and especially all the best in conducting their NAAC based activities. I thank Honorable Principal Dr. B.T. Jadhav sir for giving me the privilege to share my thoughts and inaugurate this wonderful activity, academic activity. So on behalf of Rayat Shikshan Sanstha, I personally as well wish this activity my best luck, best wishes. Thank you very much. Jai Hind, Jai Karnataka.
Thank you, ma'am, for inspiring us. Sir, am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah, you are.
audible.
Yes. Yes, thank you, sir. May I request President of this session, Honorable Principal Dr. B.T. Jadhav sir, to deliver the presidential address.
Thank you,
Honorable
madam.
Principal Dr. B.T. Jadhav sir. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Dear friends, good afternoon to one and all. We all are here for a one-day workshop on the understanding the research, understanding NAAC manual organized by IQAC of YCI Satara. On this occasion, Honorable Principal Dr. Pratibha Gaikwad Madam is with us, as well as very dynamic resource person Sri Hari Pingle sir, all the principals of the mentee colleges, all the NAAC coordinator participants from the different states. Just Chavan sir has mentioned that there are so many participants from the many states, and he focused on that 8 different states are there from which participants are there. Now, dear friends, on behalf of Institute YCI Satara, I once again welcome all of you, and I'm thankful to Dr. Pratibha Gaikwad Madam for inaugurating this activity, this wonderful activity. Madam has focused on the so many aspects of the NAAC because she is very good assessor of the NAAC and best assessor of the NAAC. She has visited many places and assessed so many colleges. So she knows ins and outs of the NAAC. But as Dr. Chavan sir has mentioned that so many departmental faculty and the staff as well as HODs and so many people, they are away from the, I don't say that far away from the NAAC manual, but they are somewhere about from NAAC manual, because they are thinking that head of the department, vice principal, principal, and as well as committee members, they are working well for the NAAC. So so many people from the many colleges, they are not taking any interest in NAAC activities, but they are helping to the system. And so that this workshop is arranged under UGC-Paramarsh scheme to inculcate all faculty on a very good platform of the NAAC awareness program. And UGC-Paramarsh scheme has given this opportunity to our college. So first of all, I am also thankful to scheme which is given by this institute. Dear friends, we know that NAAC is not considered only for the 7 criteria, and so many aspects are there under each and every criteria in teaching, learning, also in curriculum development, research and development, including best practices, student activities are there. So many activities are there. But what happened? This marking scheme is different for the, as Gaikwad Madam and Chavan sir has mentioned that marking scheme is different, but all criteria same for the autonomous college as well as for the affiliated college and the PG centers as well as for the university. Criteria is same, but marking scheme and the phases of the work may be different. So this workshop is specially arranged to focus on the special criteria of the NAAC. Some people are they are unaware about the IIQA. Savan sir has mentioned that they are unaware about the SSR. But the motto of this UGC-Paramarsh scheme is that to help the mentee colleges by the a single institute and support them to go promote them for the NAAC accreditation process. This is the motto of the Paramarsh scheme. You know that new higher education policy is just incoming, and we have to also focus through the NAAC criteria for the newly incoming, recently maybe it will be launched in the next year, and so that we have to also focus on the NAAC policies. Madam has mentioned that higher education goal is different than the primary education goal, because in higher education, whatever the students learn through the higher education institute, they are able to get some employability, as well as they are able to do some job anywhere, as well as they are able to create their employability by themselves. That is called as self-employability. That is expected from the NAAC as well as from the higher education institute. As well as uh, one thing is that many colleges and many institutes, they interpret the NAAC manual in different way. So our focus through this seminar is that Dr. Srihari Pingre will focus on all these criteria and NAAC manual. But as Madam suggested, that interpretation is different. Every institute interpret the manual meaning in different way. So Srihari Pingre sir will focus on that. Uh, we have one of uh, motto of this workshop is that to promote the colleges, promote the coordinators, promote the head of the department, and they are able to focus on the NAAC criteria. Once again, I congratulate all the committee members of the IQAC YCS Satara, and once again I welcome all the participants and delegates from the various states and the various colleges of the uh, Menti colleges. Thank you, madam, for inaugurating our session. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Over to Sonal,
Thank you,
madam.
sir. Thank you, sir, for your valuable words. Now, to conclude the inaugural session, it gives me immense pleasure to propose vote of thanks for inaugural session of one-day state level workshop on understanding NAAC manual. First of all, I would like to thank our honorable chief guest, Principal Dr. Pratibha Gaikwad ma'am, Joint Secretary, Rayat Shikshan Sanstha and NAAC Accessor. She honored this session with her inspirational thoughts and deep knowledge. I'm also thankful to our today's eminent resource person, Honorable Sri Hari Pingre sir, IQAC Coordinator, SN Arts, DJ Malpani Commerce, and BN Sarda Science College Sangamner. I am so much thankful to our Honorable Principal and President of this session, Honorable Principal Dr. B.T. Jadhav sir, for special guidance. I am also thankful to our Honorable Vice Principal Dr. V.Y. Deshpande sir for gracious presence. I am thankful to Dr. J.J. Chauhan sir, IQAC Coordinator YCIS Satara, and Dr. S.H. Mujawar sir for our organizing secretary. I am also thankful to each and every participant. Now, to begin with the session, may I request Dr. S.H. Mujawar sir, Dean R&D, YCIS Satara, to introduce our eminent speaker. Dr. S.H. Mujawar sir, over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, madam. Good afternoon to all the participants, respected guests, and the speaker of today's session. I'm very happy to introduce you all the speaker of today's session, Mr. Srihari Ashok Pingle sir, who is presently working as an assistant professor and coordinator of IQAC at Sangamner Nagarpalika Arts, DJ Malpani Commerce, and BN Sarda Science College, Sangamner. I'm really very happy to introduce such a multidimensional personality who is shouldering both academic and administrative responsibilities in a very nice manner. Sir is having 13 years experience, and within that, he is working as a founder member of IQAC cluster in India. In his short career of 13 years, he has already served as IQAC coordinator of his institute for more than 10 years and also working as an vice principal from last 2 years. He is also member of governing council of his institute under autonomous status. Under his able guidance, his institute has achieved A+ grade with CGPA score 3.58 by NAAC third cycle. He is postgraduate in zoology from Nagpur University and also stood first in order of merit. He was a CSIR, JRF, and SRF with around more than 20 publications on his credit, which are peer reviewed. Sir is also having authorship of 11 textbooks. He has completed one minor research project funded by UGC. Sir also played an instrumental role in getting star status to his institute under DBT Star College scheme, Government of India. Apart from all these things, he worked as an organizer for several national and international conferences for his institute. He has also organized Inspire Internship Camp twice, funded by DST, Government of India. He is honorary fellow of Zoological Society of India. For his contribution to academy, he has been awarded International Best Teacher Award by Nepal in 2017. He has also received Education Icon Award from IIT Patna in 2019. Under UGC scheme of mentoring Paramarsh, he is presently mentoring 7 colleges for NAAC accreditation. He has also delivered more than 250 talks guiding other institutes about NAAC accreditation. So I would like to welcome such a multidimensional personality to guide us for understanding the NAAC manual. Sir, I welcome you on behalf of our institute. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now, to start this session, I would like to request today's eminent speaker, Honorable Sri Hari Pingre, sir, to guide us with your words. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Let me begin with paying homage. Am I audible and clearly visible to all of you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible and clearly visible.
Thank you. So let me start with paying homage to late Dr. Ganesh Hegde, whom we recently lost, who was the senior advisor at NAAC. So as we start talking about NAAC, I felt him missing because a lot of things are there which we learned from him, and today he is no more with us. Secondly, in contrast, let me congratulate Yashwantrao Chauhan Institute of Science for being declared as cluster university. So all the hard work that you all are doing, that is paying off. It's really good to see you, come up as a cluster university. It is for the second time that, though virtually, I'm visiting YCIS. Last time I visited YCIS for a district level RUSA workshop for under Paramarsh, of course. And it is proud privilege that I am visiting this esteemed institute again. It was good to see the gracious presence of respected principal Dr. Pratibha Gaikwad, Madam, Joint Secretary of Rayat Shikshan Sanstha, who is also NAAC assessor. Principal Dr. B.T. Zadhav, sir. Dean of R&D Dr. S.H. Muzawar, sir. Vice Principal Dr. V.Y. Deshpande, sir. Coordinator of IQAC Dr. Jay Kumar Chauhan, sir. Dr. Anita Mari, Madam. The anchor of this program, Ms. Sonali Kole, ma'am. Principals from all the mentee colleges, participants. I just right now noted that there are participants from Uttar Pradesh, Gujarat, Bihar, and Karnataka. So normally I take care that I speak in Marathi so that all the people, whether they are from rural background or from urban background, they understand what I actually try to mean. But then as I can see, there are people from other states as well. So I will try to keep myself restricted to English or Hindi. I know उत्तर प्रदेश के लोग हैं, गुजरात के लोग हैं, बिहार के लोग हैं, उनको खुशी होगी हिंदी में जब वो सुनेंगे तो मैं काफी सारी बातें हिंदी में भी करूंगा. I will continue to speak in English also because there are people from Karnataka also. So please, Maharashtra people, excuse me that I will not be able to talk in Marathi today. In the beginning, while inaugurating this workshop, Dr. Gaikwad Madam rightly pointed out, actually Dr. Jay has given me a difficult responsibility of covering up a NAAC manual in 3 hours or 2.5 hours or so. Because, normally if you have to understand NAAC manual, you will go step by step, which you have done. I know it. You already have done it. Dr. Jay has conducted many sessions for you to go through the NAAC manual. But when we were interacting, on telephonic conversation, we thought that it will be kind of brushing up experience for all of you, those who have kind of forgotten little bits and pieces, or maybe for those who are not into it yet, those who have kind of kept them aloof from this practice of understanding the NAAC manual. And therefore, I tried to, compile everything together so that I can put it in 3 hours or so. So as I said, Dr. Gaikwad was very, very apt in saying that it is like, understanding the syllabus first, then understanding what sort of questions are there for you to appear in this examination, and then appearing for the examination. For many colleges, what happens is they start working in the 4th year or so, 5th years or so. So they are hardly aware of the syllabus that they should have been preparing for 4 years. And in 6 months or so, they have to appear for the examination. So it is like appearing in an examination without doing much preparation. So no matter, even if you are in the 4th year of your assessment period, let us take this as a crash course. Crash course which will help you, a question bank kind of thing, which will help you get more marks in the questions which are difficult to answer sometime. So let us go ahead with the presentation. I will share my screen, and as has been entrusted on me, I will be talking about understanding NAAC manual in a relatively less amount of time, because there are topics in this manual which will probably even take 3 days to get you accustomed. For example, a few days back, I conducted a workshop for one of the colleges. I do not remember the name. I conducted this 3-day workshop for that college. Yes, Nanavati College, Mumbai. And there we conducted a 3-day workshop. We were sitting for 3 hours every day, and they learned how to write program outcomes, how to map the program outcomes with the course outcomes, and lastly, how to go with the attainment of the program outcomes. So there are exercises that probably I will not be able to explain as on day. But yes, I will give you an idea as to how to go about those aspects of this particular criterion or NAAC manual. So take another note. Change is the only permanent thing in this world, and the most happening and changing thing that we witness is NAAC manual. So every month, every 2 months or so, the NAAC manual is changing. And now you see the latest update which has come is 1st March 2021. So of course, based on experience that stakeholders see, there are certain questions which are sometimes not applicable to undergraduate colleges or postgraduate colleges. They are beyond the expectation. So sometimes they make some changes in the manual. So now you have to follow this manual, which is uploaded on the NAAC website, which is revised as on 1st March 2021. So whatever I will be talking, I'll be talking with respect to this manual of 1st March 2021. We'll go criterion wise. I do not want to, spend time. I will not say waste. I do not want to spend time in talking that there are 5 core values, there are 7 criteria, then there are this many number of quantitative ones, this many number of qualitative ones, or I will also not talk about the number of marks, etc., etc., etc. So by now, you should be aware of what are the various qualitative, quantitative metrics, the questions assigned to them, the criterion wise distribution of the marks, etc. Even if you are not, you can get this information through the NAAC manual, which is uploaded on the NAAC's website. What I will try to do is, I will try to make difficult questions easier for you today, and revise what are all little questions that are there in a particular criterion. So if we go with this criterion 1, there are 100. Name of this criterion is, as you can see, curricular aspect. Like, Dr. Gayakwad was saying, the center of this whole process is learner, the student. So everything revolves around the students. Same goes with this particular criterion. You have to think with the virtue of the students around. So curricular aspect, this carries 100 marks. There are 4 key indicators. I'll give brief introduction about what are key indicators. So key indicators means broad area. Metrics would mean question. Qualitative means those can be descriptive, and quantitative means where you have to either opt for the right option or you have to give numbers, statistics, figures, and data. So all these criterion, they will be discussed in these respects. What is the weightage? What are the key areas or the key indicators? How many questions? How many of them are qualitative ones and how many of them are quantitative ones? So here you can see for 100 marks, you have 4 areas, 11 questions. 3 of them are descriptive, 8 of them are, where you have to give some statistical information. Now this criterion, as you all know, has been divided into 4 broad areas, key indicators: curriculum planning, academic flexibility, curriculum enrichment, and feedback system. For autonomous colleges, this would have been curriculum designing, because they design their own curriculum. Here, most of the colleges, you have to not talk about curriculum designing, but you have to talk about the delivery of the curriculum that has been given to you by the university. So you have to implement that curriculum, right? So 20 marks have been assigned to that, 30 for academic flexibility, 30 marks more to curriculum enrichment, and then 20 marks to how you take the feedback on curriculum and act upon it. What actions have you taken on the feedback on curriculum that you have taken from your stakeholders? So quickly, if you look into the first key indicator is curricular planning, carrying 20 marks, 3 questions, 2 qualitative, 1 quantitative. Don't go into the numbers right now. Just look into the essence of the question. My idea will be to giving you the essence of the question, that if there is certain questions which has been asked to you, how will you answer that question? What are the various things that you will include in that answer? In the meantime, I'll also go through the chat. Yeah, there are only names being written in the chat. Anyways, there are people from Indore also. I come from Madhya Pradesh, Katni. So happy to see you, Madhya Pradesh. So first question is, the institution ensures effective curriculum delivery through a well-planned and documented process. Question for 10 mark. Do you want to get 10 mark? Now, I guess Dr. Mujawar sir, he was, introducing me for this workshop. And he mentioned that I have been a meritorious student, that I stood in merit while doing my post-graduation. So how do you stand first in the merit? The idea is to attempt all questions, to study everything right from page 1 to last page. That is the idea of appearing meritorious, emerging meritorious. And I have been doing same when I am working as an IQSE coordinator. So my institute is having A+ grade with CGPA of 3.58. Because I will attempt all questions, no opting out, nothing. I want to excel my institute to a level where I will answer all the questions and answer in a way that I get 10 out of 10. My effort should be to get 10 out of 10, 5 out of 5, 20 out of 20 in all the questions that have been asked. The effort should be at least that. So my effort here is to get 10 out of 10 when they're asking to ensure what is the institution doing to ensure curriculum delivery which is effective. Do you have a well-planned process for that? Have you documented that process? अगर मैं हिंदी में कहूं तो आपको यूनिवर्सिटी ने सिलेबस दे दिया है. सिलेबस तो यूनिवर्सिटी ने दिया, तो आप क्या कर रहे हो? आप कितने अच्छे तरीके से उस सिलेबस को डिलीवर कर सकते हो? क्या आपके पास उसके लिए कोई प्लानिंग है? क्या आपके पास उसके लिए कोई डिफाइंड प्रोसेस है? That you have to write in 500 words to get 10 marks. So what do you normally do? अगर कोई भी चीज आप अनप्लान्ड तरीके से करोगे तो you are not going to get anything. So you have to plan your delivery, and for doing that आपके पास पहले इंस्टीट्यूशन का एक एकेडमिक कैलेंडर होना चाहिए. आपके हर टीचर का एक टीचिंग प्लान होना चाहिए जो साल भर का हो, फर्स्ट टर्म, सेकेंड टर्म. आपको पता होना चाहिए आपका सिलेबस कब शुरू होता है, कब खत्म होता है. आपको पता होना चाहिए आप सिलेबस में टॉपिक नंबर 1 पढ़ा रहे हो तो उसके लिए आप ब्लेंडेड टीचिंग यूज करने वाले हो, वर्चुअल टीचिंग यूज करने वाले हो, चॉक एंड टॉक करने वाले हो, पावर पॉइंट प्रेजेंटेशन यूज करने वाले हो, एनिमेशंस दिखाने वाले हो, फील्ड विजिट करवाने वाले हो, प्रोजेक्ट देने वाले हो, या ग्रुप डिस्कशन कराने वाले हो. All that has to come into the planning which is called as teaching plan. You have to conduct departmental meeting. आप जब डिपार्टमेंटल मीटिंग कंडक्ट करते हो तो आप वर्कलोड डिफाइन करते हो. आप ये भी डिफाइन करते हो कि किस टीचर को कौन सा पेपर पढ़ाने के लिए देना है, डिपेंडिंग अपॉन हिज एक्सपर्टीज एंड सम टाइम ऑन रोटेशन. आप रोटेट भी करते हो टीचर को. आपने पिछली बार ये पेपर पढ़ा है तो इस साल ये पढ़ाओ, या 5 साल बाद वो पेपर पढ़ाओ. हर पेपर पढ़ाते आना चाहिए. वर्कलोड भी एडजस्ट करना पड़ता है. देन समथिंग दैट वी टॉक अबाउट इन क्राइटेरियन टू लर्निंग आउटकम्स. मैं स्टूडेंट को, फॉर एग्जांपल आई एम अ ज़ूलॉजिस्ट एंड आई टीच से फॉर एग्जांपल सेल बायोलॉजी. तो मैं स्टूडेंट को अगर सेल बायोलॉजी पढ़ाता हूं तो सेल बायोलॉजी पढ़ाने के बाद उससे क्या क्या आना चाहिए, सेल के बारे में क्या क्या पता होना चाहिए, क्या मैं इसके बारे में सोचता हूं, ये वो लिखता हूं, क्या मैं स्टूडेंट को लर्निंग आउटकम कम्युनिकेट करता हूं या नहीं करता हूं. डू वी हैव अ टाइम टेबल? डू वी हैव टीचिंग लर्निंग रिसोर्सेज दैट आर डिफाइंड? डू वी कीप अटेंडेंस रिकॉर्ड? Once we teach, assess the student, do we conduct bridge courses or remedial courses for the slow learners? Do we provide them with previous year question papers or question banks? Do we carry out the academic activities based on planning and carry out the result analysis? All of this finally turning up into a diary sometimes, which is called as teacher's diary. If you are doing this, all this in a planned manner, then your curriculum delivery will be effective. So if you are writing this everything in 500 words and providing necessary evidences to the peer team, remember this is a qualitative question. So they will ask you for the peer team will ask you for the evidences. There are two parts in the NAAC assessment process. There is a DVV, there is a peer team visit. So DVV क्या करता है, आपके quantitative questions के evidences check करता है which you will upload online. पीयर टीम क्या करती है, जैसे ये क्वालिटेटिव क्वेश्चन है, क्वालिटेटिव क्वेश्चंस को आकर के वेरीफाई करती है. सो दिस इज समथिंग दैट दे विल वेरीफाई ऑन साइट व्हेन दे विल कम टू योर कॉलेज एंड ग्रांट यू 10 मार्क, 8 मार्क, 5 मार्क और व्हाटएवर. ऑफ कोर्स उसकी सीजीपीएस सिस्टम होती है, तो वेटेड सिस्टम होती है. वो कैसे होती है, दैट इज अनदर पार्ट ऑफ द स्टोरी. पर आप सिर्फ ये ध्यान रखें कि कम से कम इतनी बेसिक चीजें अगर आप कर रहे होंगे तो आप कह सकते हैं कि हाँ, हमारे यहाँ प्लान्ड तरीके से करिकुलम डिलीवरी की जाती है और वो डॉक्यूमेंटेड है. The second question they ask is कि जैसे I started with academic calendar in the earlier question. तो क्या आप वो academic calendar बनाते हैं? Do you have an academic calendar? And if you have academic calendar, तो क्या उसमें continuous internal evaluation भी include होता है? 5 marks. A basic need. Usually, Jay sir, when I conduct workshops in many colleges, I start with criterion 6. मैं criterion 1 से कई बार शुरू नहीं करता. बिकॉज मुझे मानना है कि जहां विजन बिल्डिंग और मिशन बिल्डिंग शुरू होता है, जहां पर पर्सपेक्टिव प्लानिंग शुरू होती है, स्ट्रेटेजिक प्लान चालू होता है, वहां पर आपके इंस्टीट्यूशन का क्वालिटी एनहांसमेंट शुरू होता है. सेम अगर आप एकेडमिक्स की बात करते हैं तो एकेडमिक कैलेंडर जब तक नहीं रहेगा इंस्टीट्यूशन का, तब तक आपके कॉलेज की एक्टिविटी, चलो आज उठ गए, चलो एक वर्कशॉप ले लेते हैं, चलो अभी एक क्राइटेरियन 2 की मीटिंग ले लेते हैं, चलो कल ना अभी लाइब्रेरी की कोई मीटिंग ले लेते हैं. यू डू नॉट हैव एनी प्लानिंग. कभी भी उठ के मन आया तो कोई भी प्रोग्राम ले लिया, चलो परसों एक इंटरनल टेस्ट ले लेते हैं. नो, यू हैव टू डिफाइन एवरीथिंग इन अ कैलेंडर विच इज कॉल्ड एज एकेडमिक कैलेंडर. तो क्या आपके पास एक एकेडमिक कैलेंडर है जिसमें आपने कंटिन्यूअस इंटरनल इवैल्यूएशन को भी इंक्लूड किया है? द आंसर ऑफ कोर्स शुड बी यस. And you should include all the academic, including co-curricular and extracurricular activities as well, administrative activities as well. कई बार लोगों को डर लगता है कि ये प्लान बना लूंगा और नहीं फॉलो हुआ तो क्या होगा. नहीं फॉलो हुआ तो नहीं हुआ, ठीक है, नो प्रॉब्लम. हर चीज थोड़ी होती है. सम यू वुड फॉलो, सम प्रोबेबली वुड स्किप, बट एटलीस्ट यू हैव अ प्लान. आपको कम से कम ध्यान तो रहेगा कि मुझे ये चीजें करनी. For example, this is the academic calendar of Sangamner College 2019 and 20. Sangamner College, my college, which is popularly called as Sangamner College. So you can see here कि साल कब शुरू होगा, commencement of the year, review of the admission, meeting of HODs with the principal, annual teaching plan. हमारे academic calendar में ही है. आप annual teaching plan बनाओगे, 1 महीने का teaching plan नहीं चाहिए मुझे. आप पूरे साल का बनाओ और उसमें लिखो कब हॉलीडेज होंगे, कब नहीं होंगे, कब छुट्टियां पड़ेगी, कब नेक्स्ट टर्म शुरू होगी, कब सिलेबस फिर से पढ़ाना शुरू करोगे. सो 15th of June स्टार्ट्स एनुअल टीचिंग प्लान. ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम IQAC शुरू के 10-15 दिन आराम से रहते हैं, एडमिशन चल रहे हैं, तो क्या करेंगे, तो IQAC ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम लेगा एंड सो ऑन. इंटरनेशनल योगा डे, व्हाटएवर डे यू आर सेलिब्रेटिंग. तो आपको क्राइटेरियन 7 तक की चिंता करने की जरूरत नहीं. सेलिब्रेशन ऑफ डे, कुछ भी, एनी एक्टिविटी, कोलैबोरेशन, ग्रीन ऑडिट, आई विल टेल यू, सी हियर somewhere here, August month, green audit. So criterion 7 DST Inspire camp somebody was talking about while introducing me. Everything that is going to happen in the institution will be written in this academic calendar. I have seen academic calendars of IITs also, sometimes very concise. Teaching commence, exam starts, holidays, etc. बस इतना ही लिख दिया और कभी कभी प्लेसमेंट बता दिया उसमें. आपको डिटेल में एकेडमिक कैलेंडर अगर तैयार करना होगा और आप करेंगे तो योर प्लानिंग विल गो वेल. Include as many things as possible. Now you can see here, we have also included the internal tests here. August last week is first internal test of science faculty. September last week is second internal test of science faculty. Mid-semester exam of MCom and MA September 3rd week. Almost fixed every year. तो जब अगस्त आता है ना, तब हमें अचानक से अंदर से कुछ कुछ होने लगता है, अरे यार टेस्ट का अनाउंसमेंट करना है, नोटिस डालनी है. सितंबर आता है तो बच्चों को पहले ही पता रहता है कि उनकी इंटरनल टेस्ट अगस्त लास्ट वीक और सितंबर लास्ट वीक होने वाली है. बताना नहीं पड़ता, नहीं तो बच्चे घबरा जाते, अरे टेस्ट आ गए. नहीं, दे ऑलरेडी नो कि अगस्त में होने वाली है. सो आइदर यू इनकॉर्पोरेट एग्जाम्स प्लस एकेडमिक एक्टिविटी टुगेदर इन वन एकेडमिक प्लान, और आप एग्जाम का या फिर एक अलग से कैलेंडर बना दो अगर आपके पास बहुत सारे प्रोग्राम्स हैं. but you should have a planning of all your academic activities in the form of academic calendar. So just give me a nod in your chat box. मैं जिस तरीके से जा रहा हूं वो आपको पसंद आ रहा अगर होगा तो आई विल गो लाइक दिस ओनली, और अदरवाइज आई विल चेंज द वे आई एम डिलीवरिंग. मैं हिंदी और इंग्लिश मिक्स करने की कोशिश कर रहा हूं. जस्ट गिव मी अ नॉड इन चैट बॉक्स. आर यू हैप्पी विद द वे आई एम गोइंग? क्योंकि सारा तो डिटेल देना पॉसिबल नहीं होगा, 7 क्राइटेरियन करने हैं, but I will try to give you as much as possible in these 3 hours or so. So similarly, आप अगले क्वेश्चन पे जाते हैं, which is 113, talking about teachers being participating in various activities of curriculum development and assessment. So ये कोई बहुत बड़ा क्वेश्चन नहीं है. क्वेश्चन इसलिए नहीं क्योंकि आप ये सवाल करते हैं जब, तो यू डू नॉट वरी कि हाँ मैं पेपर सेटिंग करने जाता है या नहीं जाता हूं, बोर्ड ऑफ स्टडीज में हूं या नहीं हूं, मैं सिलेबस फ्रेम करते हैं. समबडी इन योर इंस्टीट्यूशन इज ऑलरेडी डूइंग इट. 5 साल में कोई ना कोई आपके BOS पर होता है, एकेडमिक काउंसिल पर होता है. Small colleges, they find it little troublesome sometimes. There would be some colleges into first cycle of NAAC, so they would find it difficult. But ठीक है ना, अभी नए साल है, 10 साल का कॉलेज है, फर्स्ट साइकिल है, तो हम डायरेक्टली A ग्रेड एक्सपेक्ट भी नहीं करते इमीडिएटली. धीरे धीरे ग्रो होता है, धीरे धीरे उसका रेप्यूटेशन होता है. हमारा भी फर्स्ट साइकिल जब NAAC का 2004 में हुआ तो वी वर B++ ग्रेड. Then we became A grade, then we became A+ grade, and now we are autonomous. So same will happen with you also. शायद आपकी शुरुआत धीमी होगी, पर आप धीरे धीरे सीढ़ियां चढ़ेंगे तो ऊपर पहुंच जाएंगे. क्वेश्चन पेपर सेट करने का काम तो लगभग काफी सारे कॉलेज में हर कोई करता ही होगा. कोई एड ऑन कोर्स या सर्टिफिकेट या डिप्लोमा कोर्स अगर आप इंट्रोड्यूस कर रहे हैं तो उसका सिलेबस आप बनाते होंगे, और असेसमेंट और इवैल्यूएशन की प्रोसेस में जाने का काम, कैप जिसको सेंट्रल असेसमेंट प्रोग्राम कहते हैं, वो करने का काम भी आप पक्का करते होंगे. तो प्रॉब्लम ये नहीं है कि आप ये काम करते हैं या नहीं करते हैं. प्रॉब्लम ये है कि आपके टीचर के पास से आप ये सारे लेटर्स लाओगे कैसे. वो तो सारों ने कर दिया, उनको ऑर्डर आती थी, उनके ईमेल पर आती थी, अब ये लाओगे कैसे. Therefore, documentation at IQAC become very important. We have a mechanism. कोई भी टीचर ये यूनिवर्सिटी की किसी भी ड्यूटी के लिए जाता है ना, तो वो जाने से पहले ड्यूटी लीव के लिए अप्लाई करता है, और हमारा जो इनवर्ड आउटवर्ड सेक्शन है वहां पर ये एप्लीकेशन सबमिट होती है. एंड वी हैव इंस्ट्रक्टेड आवर इनवर्ड आउटवर्ड पर्सनल, as soon as he get an order of such kind, he has to scan those orders and put it into the folder. हमारे यहाँ सब डिजिटाइज्ड है, तो हमारे गूगल ड्राइव पर टीचर वाइज फोल्डर है, पिंगले सर का एक फोल्डर है, और उसमें ये क्राइटेरियन 1.1.3 का फोल्डर है. उस 1.1.3 ऐसे पिंगले में ऐसे पिंगले की ऑर्डर डाल देनी है. ये काम हमारा वो आदमी ऑटोमेटिकली करता है. तो हम बाद में टीचर के पास जाते नहीं कि भाई आपकी ऑर्डर 2018 की दो. वी डू नॉट डू दिस. इससे टीचर भी खुश और IQAC भी खुश. The way I work, in fact, I have started working as IQAC coordinator is, मैं कोशिश करता हूं कि मैं मेरे टीचर के पास सिर्फ एक बार कोई चीज मांगने के लिए जाऊं, बाद में मुझे उसके पास जाना ना पड़े. तो मैंने एक बार उससे चीज ले ली तो मैं ऐसी जगह रख देता हूं जहां से मैं चाहे जब निकाल लूं. That is called as Google Drive. So I have Google Suite with unlimited capacity, in fact 1 TB capacity, which is good enough for any individual. और मेरा सारा डेटा उसमें स्टोर हो जाता है, तो जब चाहे मैं किसी की भी ऑर्डर निकाल लेता हूं, किसी का भी काम कर लेता हूं. So this is the trick that I am giving you, कि आप ऐसी सिस्टम डेवलप करें जहां पर किसी भी टीचर के ये ऑर्डर्स आपको मिल जाएं, और फिर आप उसका एक डेटा डाल दें. टीचर कितने एक बार, एक टीचर को एक ही बार गिनना है, उसने 10 बार ड्यूटी की होगी तो भी उसको एक बार गिनना है. क्योंकि व्हाट यू आर आस्किंग इज टीचर्स ऑफ द इंस्टीट्यूट, आप पार्टिसिपेट करते हैं या नहीं करते हैं. बट दैट्स इट. तो 4 में से 4 ऑप्शंस होंगे तो यू विल गेट मैक्सिमम मार्क. 4 में से 3 होंगे, 4 में से 2 होंगे, 4 में से 1 होंगे, एंड सो ऑन. So you just have to write the name of the teachers और कौन सी बॉडी पे उसने रिप्रेजेंट किया. दिस यू हैव टू अपलोड as far as DVV is concerned. अब आपको इसके लिए प्रूफ मांगेगी NAAC, तो प्रूफ होगा वो जो नॉमिनेशन लेटर आपको यूनिवर्सिटी ने दिया है, चाहे वो बोर्ड ऑफ स्टडीज का हो, या अगर पेपर सेटिंग के लिए आपको बुलाया तो वो पेपर सेटिंग की ऑर्डर रहेगी, या कैप के लिए बुलाया है तो सेंट्रल असेसमेंट प्रोग्राम की ऑर्डर रहेगी. दैट यू हैव टू प्रोवाइड. और अगर आपके पास बहुत सारे टीचर्स हैं, लाइक संगमनेर कॉलेज, माय कॉलेज, वी हैव 200 टीचर्स. तो अगर 200 टीचर्स ने सारों के सारे ने पार्टिसिपेट किया होगा तो NAAC probably will ask for some sample letters, right? अगर मान लीजिए I am Sangamner from University of Pune and there is somebody from say Nalanda University, Bihar. तो मुझे अगर नालंदा यूनिवर्सिटी बिहार की कोई ऑर्डर होगी तो दैट विल नॉट बी काउंटेड हियर. Participation of faculty in other affiliating other than university of affiliation will not be included. So मेरी ही यूनिवर्सिटी में मुझे जो काम मिला है that has to be counted here. Now going further, 1.2, you have this many weightage, that is 30 marks का weightage है. You are talking about choice based credit system. Yeah, Dr. Ramesh V is saying better to go in English. Dr. Ramesh sir, I am uttering the same things in English also and Hindi also, so that people from Hindi would also understand and English would also understand it. So I'm duplicating the things. So you're talking about choice-based credit system, that is elective course system or choice-based credit system. Now with that UGC scheme of LOCF and all that CBCS coming into, this question has actually lost its relevance, because almost all the courses across the nation are having choice-based credit system. So it is pretty easy, because either you will have CBCS or elective options in your courses. So for most colleges, the answer would be 100%. You will have almost all programs which are under CBCS system or at least elective course system. So you just have to list the programs with either CBCS or elective course system. So percentage will be the number of programs with CBCS or elective course into 100 upon total number of programs offered. So you might have certain programs where you do not have elective options, maybe, or maybe it is not on choice-based credit system. So accepting that, almost all the programs will have CBCS or elective course system. So that is no big deal. So this question is probably nothing that you would worry about. Only thing that you need to do, in earlier cycles of NAAC, there used to be a document which NAAC would ask before the NAAC assessment, before LOI, which used to be called as. And that was a list of all the affiliated programs signed by the BCUD or university registrar. So similarly, now you have to offer a list of the programs which will clearly indicate whether these programs are under CBCS system or elective course system signed by the registrar of the university. So if you offer this to the NAAC, it is good enough for you to go through these marks. I'm deliberately avoiding certain things which are not important, because as you can understand, I have to cover maximum things in given 3 hours. Now you have another question talking about number of add-on or certificate programs during the last 5 years. Dilip More sir, elective courses are like optional courses which you can elect, right? So it is not me who will tell you what should be the elective courses for affiliated colleges. You have a structure given by your university, More sir. So in that structure, it has been already mentioned what are the electives, what are the options, what are the compulsory courses. So I probably will not be able to comment on it. You will have to go through the curriculum pattern of your university. So number of add-on certificate programs offered during the last 5 years is something that you have to do. Can you add certain programs in addition to what you already have? Say, for example, you have a BSc degree in zoology. Can you add a course on, say, communication skills? Or can you add a course on vermicomposting in addition to what you already have? But while you do so, or maybe can you I saw a wonderful course at Rajashri Shahu College, BA in competitive exam guidance under autonomy. So that is a degree course. Can you have an additional course with that interview skills or resume writing and interview skills, something like that? But if you do that, you have to ensure that such courses have at least 30 contact hours. So any such course, try to get them approved in your meetings of your statutory bodies. In Maharashtra, we call it as College Development Committee, CDC. Earlier, we used to call it as LMC. So whatever statutory body in your state is there, according to the statutes of your state, you get them approved. Try to get them approved from university, even if it is not a problem. But try to apply for approval from the university. But at least get it approved in your CDC. More than 30 contact hours. try to see that it is just because 30 contact hour course is there. So you can run it multiple times in a year. So maybe one course of 30 students, second time you do it for 30 more students, third time you do it for 30 more students. So in a year, you will do it for 3 times and benefiting 90 students. So this asks how many times this course has been run in the college and how many students could take part in such course. So the key here is when you design such course, ensure that it has the objectives defined. It includes 30 contact hours. You define the assessment process of these courses and you offer the certificates to the students also. And summary report of this along with the duration, list of the enrolled students, curriculum, assessment procedures, as I said, all of this when to provided to the DVV, you will get the mark. And as I said, how many students have taken advantage of these courses? If you write it down, you can get the marks here. So idea here is not how difficult is answering this question. Idea is whether you have these programs in your institution or not, add-on or certificate programs in your institution. If you do not have, of course, you will not get marks. But if you do you have these evidences, whether it is more than 30 contact hours program, whether you have the number of students listed with you, available with you, have you defined the objective of the program? Have you defined the assessment method of the program? And have you awarded certificate to these students? If you have all these, you can list it and get the marks. This is the whole idea of telling you all these things here. So these two questions are correlated, number of programs and the number of students participating in this program. Now, this is something important, curriculum enrichment, the third area, which is of 30 marks. Here, you are talking about integrating cross-cutting issues into your curriculum. Now, ये बड़ी मुश्किल है. It is pretty difficult. And why it is difficult is people say syllabus has been given by university. How would I integrate something into my syllabus? So you can do it. You have the choice. This is qualitative question, so you can write it in 500 words. So first thing that you need to understand is what are cross-cutting issues. So if you go to global level, there are certain cross-cutting issues which are already been defined by world organizations. And what are these cross-cutting issues? One is poverty, one is hunger, one is health, one is education, another is gender equality, healthy water and sanitation or clean water and sanitation, renewable energy, economic growth and jobs, infrastructure, reduced inequalities, sustainable cities and communities, responsible consumption, peace, justice, life, biodiversity, etc., etc. So you have these many cross-cutting issues. You have to take advantage of etc., etc. whenever the question is there. So if you go to this question, you do not mean to include only these cross-cutting issues. सिर्फ professional development, ethics, gender, human values, environment, sustainability पे नहीं रुकना है. You can talk about all other cross-cutting issues that we have probably listed over here. But how will you do that? You have to write it in description, right? So for example, in MSc Physics, they have a compulsory project, PG project that the students have to do. Cannot you assign them to do project on renewable energy, solar cell, solar energy trapping, etc.? We have geography students. Cannot you give them projects on something about, rainfalls, weather, etc., or water quality? You might be having students from economics. Can you not ask your economics students or political science students to carry on socio-economic surveys on hunger, poverty, health, etc., or gender equality, etc.? Cannot you bring out group discussions of the students in your teaching plan, address them in such a way that this becomes a part of your curriculum? So that is there, but your teaching and learning methodology should be focused in such a way that all these should be incorporated into it. And many of your courses already have it. For example, environment, it is almost a compulsory course everywhere. Human values, in most humanities courses, it is there. Gender, somewhere it is there. Ethics, somewhere it is there. Whether it is computer science, you have ethics. Whether it is research, you have ethics. So somewhere these are there. How do you address them and ensure that these are addressed is through your teaching, learning, and evaluation methods. So talk about your teaching, learning, and evaluation methods, which ensure that these cross-cutting issues are taken into your curriculum practice. This is the idea of telling you about this question. Now, this is something that people sometimes don't understand. Average percent of courses that include experiential learning, for this you will rely to a large extent on the university for which they have given you the curriculum. Because the SOP says, SOP means NAAC has given a document which tells you as to what document is you need to furnish in support of your answer. You have been clearly given that list. So in that SOP, I will go ahead and tell you, in the SOP, what they mention is only the courses having project work, field work, internship as per the affiliating university curriculum. So if your university curriculum has asked for project work, field work, or internship, those courses only need to be included here. For example, if I say TY BSc Zoology and third year BSc Zoology curriculum does not have project work, so irrespective of how many number of project work I carry out for third year BSc, it will not be counted because it is not the part of curriculum provided by the university. So only where the places where the field work or internship or project work is prescribed in the curriculum, you have to find it out and write the number of such courses. So as simple as that. But at the same time, you have to write the names of the students who have gone through this. Many people misread this experiential as experimental. It is not experimental learning. It is experiential learning where the students learn by doing, experience it, right? So if I say, earthworms, they are the friends of the farmers, they make vermicompost, which is a very good fertilizer. Wow, very nice theory. But if I give the compost to the students, if I give them all the debris, the leaves, the cow dung, etc., and ask him to make a vermicompost out of it, manure out of it, that is experiential learning. So when the students, they go to field, when they do some kind of project work, when they do some kind of internship, then they get the experiential learning. Say, for example, in my college, I have 7 BVOC courses, 2 MVOC courses. So my BVOC courses, we have tie-ups with some industries where they get the internship. Say, for example, we have hospitality and management, hospital and tourism course in BVOC. So my students, they go to Hotel Taj Gateway. My students, they go to Hotel Le Meridian Pune and they stay there for 3 months and come back, etc., etc. So that is internship. So you have to give the list of such courses here, get the marks. And the next question, you have to give the list of students. What is the percentage of students who are participating in such activity? So if you have such students, you will get the marks. If you don't have, you will not get the marks. The only thing is, if you don't have, you now have to devise a strategy. Either ask your people who are on board of studies to suggest this to university to include such projects works and field works in your or internship in the curriculum, or go for courses approved from university which have such programs. For example, we have BVOCs, many BVOCs. So same can be done. This is one thing. So if you have courses, then you have students. So if you do not answer first question, you will not be answering the second question automatically. Going down to the feedback mechanism, the first mistake people commonly do, पहली गलती यहाँ पर कर देते हैं कि उनको समझ में नहीं आता what kind of feedback is this. This is not the feedback on teaching. ये teaching पर feedback नहीं है. This is the feedback on curriculum, my dear friends. So you are asking your stakeholders about your syllabus that you are offering, or at least the transaction of the syllabus that you are having. Because you are not the one who is designing the syllabus, but you are the one who is doing the transaction. आप दे रहे हो, तो at least कैसे दे रहे हो? How you are giving that syllabus? How you are delivering that syllabus? Such questions need to be framed, maybe open-ended or maybe on the Likert scale. Doesn't matter, but you need to do analysis of these feedbacks. So what are the stakeholders? Are you taking the feedback from these 4 stakeholders? And alumni. If you are taking feedback from all these 4 stakeholders, you will get 10 out of 10. No problem. Provided you upload the evidences, the feedback form filled once, the analysis of the feedback that you have carried out on your institutional website. Your website is very important. You need to have an updated website all the time. So if you are having the analysis of this feedback from all the 4 stakeholders on your institutional website, you will get 10 marks here. No problem at all. But the problem is with second question. Many people, they collect the feedback. Look at the option E, feedback not collected. So many of you will feel, "Arey, humne to aisa koi feedback liya hi nahi. We have not taken such kind of feedback." Some would say we have collected feedback. Some more would say, in fact, some less would say that we have collected the feedback and analyzed the feedback. But you would say curriculum has been designed by the university. So what do I do after the analysis? So I collect, analyze, and send it to the university, the board of the studies, and give them my suggestions as to what are the topics which are difficult, what are the topics which should be removed from the curriculum, what are the topics which can be modified, what are the new topics that can be included, what are the new programs that can be introduced, what are the new papers or courses or subjects that can be introduced in a given discipline or a program. So when you offer this feedback and keep a record that you have communicated it to university or board of studies, then you tick at option A, feedback collected, analyzed, action taken means communicating to the university, and put it on the website, the feedback, and get 10 out of 10. So this is a wonderful opportunity to get 20 out of 20 in 1.4 for you people, if you do it. So you will spend, say, 1 week or so to answer this questions and get 20 marks. So with this, I have come down to the end of criterion 1, and now we'll be moving towards the much awaited criterion 2. Much awaited in the sense, when we say that we are talking about criterion 2, people certainly look at 350 marks that it is carrying, and they feel all their grade is depending upon these 350 marks. But I would say that comparatively, the weightage, even though it is high because this is the core process in an educational institution, but it is not that criterion which will get you the grade. In fact, all the criteria are very, very important. So going about criterion 2, the name is teaching, learning, and evaluation. Earlier this week, I was talking at Nanavati College, Mumbai, and I told them usually we look at these 3 processes separately, isolated. Teaching alag, learning alag, evaluation alag. But no, you have to see all these 3 processes together all the time. आप टीचिंग में जो करते हो वो रिफ्लेक्ट करता है इवैल्यूएशन पे, आप टीचिंग में जो करते हो वो रिफ्लेक्ट करता है लर्नर पे, आप इवैल्यूएशन किस तरह से प्लान करते हो दैट रिफ्लेक्ट्स इन टीचिंग. So how do you plan your evaluation reflects on teaching? How do you teach reflects on evaluation? So they are correlated, and we usually forget this. Anyways, so this carries 350 marks with all these key indicators, 2.1 to 2.7. Now remember here, maximum weightage of 60 has been given to student performance and student satisfaction survey. So you have to be very, very careful about it. You have to be careful about the teacher profile, also the quality of the teachers. Mere having teachers is not enough. What is the quality of your teachers in terms of qualification? How is their performance? That also needs to be considered here. So we'll go one by one and talk about the first area, which is student enrollment. So it is something that is normally happening in your institution. And as you will begin to develop, Dr. Jay, when we were going for autonomy, many people said that when you take autonomy, the number of students will go down. Many people were challenging us that students will not come to your institution. And I said, in fact, my principal also said that if I am a good college, if I'm really an A+ college, then the students, irrespective of whether I'm autonomous or not, they will take enrollment in my college only. So I'm happy to tell you that the student strength increased by 100, in fact, even when it was pandemic. We are done with our examination process for the first term. The results are going to be out soon. And we will be, taking our second term examinations also. By July, we will be finishing up with our examination system of 2020-21. So I'm sure that whatever be the situation, students will take admission in my college and they will not prefer the other colleges in the city, because I feel that my college is now a brand. So once you become a brand, like YCIS is a brand now, in fact, they have been for quite many years. So once you become a brand, the students will automatically come to you. So now probably you will feel, some of you may feel that you have less number of students in comparison to the sanctioned number of students. But gradually it will increase, and you have to find the root cause. The point here is you have to find the root cause. Peer team will ask you, why is the enrollment number so low as compared to the sanctioned seats? So you have to find the root cause. What are the challenges around? How many colleges are there in the vicinity? What courses are they offering? And so on. So if you do that, probably you will find a reason, and then you have to combat that reason. If all the colleges are offering conventional courses and you are just adding to it, the students will not come to you. Can you introduce some professional courses? Can you introduce some vocational courses into it? And then the students will start coming to you. So finding the root cause, developing a strategy so that the students will come to your institution is a long-term affair. Abhi to jo hai, right now, whatever figures you are having, you have to give it. So accordingly, you will get the marks in this proportion, 20 or 10 or 5 or whatever, depending upon what is your enrollment percentage. So for last 5 years, you have to ensure that you have all the numbers of how many students have been enrolled. Similarly, nothing worth explaining here. You have your government policies. Karnataka would be having its own policies. Uttar Pradesh would be having their policies. Of course, there are central policies, but there are certain state policies as well, as far as reservation is concerned. So as per the state and central policies of reservation, how many seats have been earmarked for reserved category? And out of those seats which were earmarked for reserved category, how many have been filled by the candidates of the reserved category only? So you need to give a final admission list and the number of seats which have been filled through the reservation, along with the reservation policy letter issued by the government. So this is something which is usually happening in all the colleges. However, I have been part of one of the peer team visits of a minority college under Paramarsh. And since they were minority college, the reservation does not apply to them. Then you have to make it clear to the DVV, in case you are a minority college, that since ours is a minority college, these reservation norms, they do not directly apply in our institution. So they will consider that. Otherwise, the reservation policy and how many seats have been filled against the reserved quota should be counted. So only those seats filled against the quota should be counted. What does this mean? There are students who are meritorious. They are filled against open sometime. So don't count those. If you have, say, 13% of seats to be filled by OBC, only those 13% seats filled by OBC will be counted here, like that. All right. So this is something very usual that is happening in your administrative office and nothing worth discussing. Next question is whether the institution assesses the learning levels of the students. Now, I got a call some days back from, I guess, Raigad in Maharashtra or someplace, I do not remember. And the question he was asking, that some speaker was telling them to, renowned speaker was telling them to decide a level on their own as to below this percentage of marks, there would be slow learner, and beyond this percentage of marks, there would be advanced learner. Unfortunately, that is not true. NAAC manual isliye diya, that is why the NAAC manual has been given to you. If you go through the last few pages of the NAAC manual, the glossary has been added, and that glossary you will see that slow learner is a student. Listen carefully. Slow learner is a student who has got less marks than the average marks of the class. Less marks than the average marks of the class. So what does this mean? Say, for example, I take a 100-mark examination, or say 20-mark examination. 100 bahut zyada ho gaya. I take a 20-mark examination, and there are, say, 10 students in my class. Just to make calculation simple, I'm giving this example. 10 students in my class. So some got 20, some got 12, some got 15, some got 16, some got 15, some got 14. and the average mark of my class is, say, for example, 14, 1-4 out of 20. So any student who is getting marks less than 14 will be a slow learner. Then who is advanced learner? Now you can set a target depending upon what was the last 3 years performance in the similar test. What was the highest rank that the student could get, highest marks the student could get, or maybe 75% or 80%, which is called as distinction in many universities. You can rate beyond this level is an advanced learner. So 14 or less is slow learner, and 75%, say for example 18 and above is advanced learner. So all those students getting 18, 19 and 20 will be advanced learner. All those students with 14 and less, they will be slow learner, and the students with 14, 15, 16 and 17 will be average learners. Now what you want to do is, the way of assessing these learner levels can be different. What you want to do is to bridge the gap between the advanced learners and slow learners. You gradually want to move your slow learners towards average learners and average learners towards the advanced learner, so that most students, they try to come from 14 to 16, 17, 18 and so on. There are many ways of assessing these levels. We'll describe this in little detail. So either you assess the the level of these students through some designed problem sets, through measuring their knowledge, comprehension, application and evaluation. You can design your own test, which you normally call as aptitude test. You have summative and formative assessments. So go for analyzing those formative and summative assessment. And there are multiple reasons. Normally, marks are not the only factors which are making a student to be slow learner. Try to understand this. And this is a descriptive question, so you can write it down or take a snapshot of this. Just like, somebody but they cannot write it down oral, provide a remedy to it. And what is that? The remedy is you have to strengthen communication skills again, and that comes to play the question we will be addressing: mentor. Right? So we have seen that movie. But the problem was he used to get all jumbled. See this picture here. In biology, Dr. Jay is a botanist, so he knows scientific names: Glycyrrhiza glabra, Hibiscus indica, Withania somnifera, Zingiber officinale. अब जो नॉन बायोलॉजिस्ट होगा वो सुनेगा, पागल हो जाएगा, बोले क्या बड़बड़ा रहे हैं, what are you uttering? So same was these, they're not habituated with these words. And can you help them to come close to their abilities? And that is through remedial teaching. So either can you use pictures if they are not very happy with the figures, the words, can you use pictures? Can you use films? Can you use videos? But that will only happen if you really find what is the problem, which we don't do. The saddest scene of this higher education system is we don't pay individual attention to the students. हम सबको एक ही tunnel slide presentation. So I will try to provide this in some format. Then you come down to the student full-time teacher ratio. This is another concern. I will not comment upon what are the government policies here, but number one thing that you have to understand is many non-grant colleges who has a full-time teacher ratio try to appoint a teacher on full-time for all unaided colleges. Don't appoint a teacher on CHB. That teacher will not be counted for your NAAC purpose. You have to ensure that at least on paper, you show at least 90% of the total workload to be assigned to a teacher. एक टीचर के लिए जितना वर्कलोड जरूरी होता है उसका कम से कम 90% जिस टीचर को होता है, that is called as full-time teacher. So ensure that you have all the teachers as full-time teacher. And then number of students in that comparison. So that will be student to full-time teacher ratio for the last completed year. So the hitch here is full-time teacher. Many unaided colleges, they appoint teachers on CHB clock hour basis, and they are not considered as full-time ratio teacher, and therefore student to full-time teacher ratio comes very high and you lose your marks. So be very, very careful about it. That is the only thing I wanted to tell you here. What is full-time teacher? So number of teachers, number of students, and the ratio. The list will be given by the head of the institution. Coming to 2.3, which is teaching learning process, carrying the, I guess, 60 marks, 60 odd marks. So if you go back, 50 marks, right? 3 questions you have to answer. You have a qualitative question here for 20 marks. Prove to the peer team when they visit your institution that you include all such methods for teaching. Now, basis kya hai? So basis is all the documentation that you have kept, specifically the teaching plan. I have a very smart mechanism in my institution. Online teaching plan बनता है, Google Drive पर teacher बनाता है, HOD वहां पर sign करता है planning को. HOD signs the teaching plan on the Google Drive itself. After the implementation, the teacher signs, the teachers and HOD also sign the Google sheet again. And that is submitted at IQAC already because it has been created by IQAC. So it is submitted all the time. And the teaching learning methods, even in the pandemic, somebody was asking about the pandemic. Even in the pandemic, we have a modified teaching learning plan, teaching learning summary sheet, what we call as, which includes number of synchronous as well as asynchronous lectures. Asynchronous means you do not directly interact with the students online. You put certain material on the LMS, maybe Google Classroom or Moodle or Canvas, and ask the students to go through it, come up with certain exercise. That is asynchronous method. So we have record of how many asynchronous lectures have been carried out, how many synchronous lectures have been carried out, all through this. What are the methods used? So you have to again understand what is experiential learning, whether the student understand by doing. So the projects, the practicals, the field works, the internships, they all are experiential learning. Participative learning, whether when the students participate in doing something, model making, etc. Problem solving, when there is a problem, there are multiple answers to a problem. So students sit together and give a solution, say solution A, solution B, solution C, solution D, and they discuss and they come to a understanding that solution B is the best solution to given problem XYZ. So how many of such activities are there which you can write down and convince the peer team when it visits? For example, fieldwork, on-the-job training, role plays, industrial visits, mock parliament, socio-economic surveys, research projects, peer teaching, which you sometimes call as seminar, classroom seminars. The students become teacher, peer teaching, active learning, group work, cooperative and collaborative learning, and so on. Many options are there. Here, the teacher kind of sits back and students take the guard. They hold the steering. Students carry out the process. Therefore, you call them as student-centric method. Ask them to go. Say, for example, again, since Dr. Jai comes from biology background, that's why I'm telling. We were talking systematics, classification of animals today. And after explaining all the characters of a particular phylum, I told them to send the photographs of I told them, the students, to send the photographs of whatever animal with 6 legs they find and compare whether they are insects or not. So students, they started looking after an animal with 6 legs. So mosquito, housefly, cockroaches, they started sending me the images. Now this is the experiential learning. They started working on the fields. They started looking for the animals. Otherwise, all insects have 6 legs. It is learning, jotting down, rote learning. This is what we call. So here, these methods, they become student learning methods. And this, if you can narrate in 500 words, a peer team will be convinced, and it has to come out from inside. आप NAAC के लिए नहीं करते हैं. You are not doing it for NAAC. If you are a good teacher, you would be doing it in your class. If you are just, in Marathi, we call it as party takne, or if you are just a teacher who would go for 40 minutes, discuss something and come out of the class, lecture ho gaya, then this will not happen ever. So as I said, problem solving is like, understanding, doing brainstorming, sitting together and trying to find out solutions, 2 or 3 solutions, find out the strategy and come down to a solution. This is called as problem solving, right? So case studies are, for example, problem solving methods. Then do the teachers use ICT? Now, this is again a qualitative question, and I think every one of us is well off now. You all are doing all these things. So you are using Google Classrooms, LMS, Canvas, some other LMS from private institute organizations, the blended learning you are doing, the open education resources you are doing, YouTube videos you are making, OBS software using, Wi-Fi, internet, everything. So I don't think there is something that needs to be told over here. But yes, if you are still not into it, then it is a sorry state. कई बार मैंने टीचर्स को बोलते सुना है, अरे हमारे जमाने में तो चौक और ब्लैक बोर्ड ही था, तो हम क्या पढ़ाते नहीं थे क्या? So that is another story that used to happen some 10-20 years back. Now the times are changing. So with the changing time, we have all to, we need to change as well. So we have to learn these things. What are the rubrics? What are the, online methods of evaluation? What is Testmozo, etc., etc., etc. So many things coming up. Can you use Excel? In fact, the Nanavati college where I was, talking for last 3 days, I told them how to use Excel for, getting into the attainment of program outcomes. If you do not use Excel, you will not be able to do it. So computers and its knowledge is a must. So I'll not spend much time on it and come down to this particular question which talks about mentor to mentee ratio. Now my college has around 1,700 odd students, right? So I have to assign all my students to a teacher of contact, a point of contact, where he can take his grievances, where he can take his problems, especially the academic and psychosocial problems, to a teacher. In our institution, we call it as parent teacher or mentor teacher. Now, what is he doing? We allot some 30 odd students to a mentor teacher. And we have given a nice booklet where the teacher would keep the background information of the student. Say, for example, Srihari Pingle is a student. So this teacher, now when the student comes, they make a counseling session on Saturdays. So they ask some 5 students to come down on a particular Saturday, and they give this notebook to them, ask them to write down their names, class, earlier class marks, their strengths and weaknesses, what is the situation at their home, what is the financial background. All such things are written down in that notebook. And all the progress of the student is also taken down whenever that student comes for counseling sessions. In this way, my teacher is completely aware of what Srihari Pingle is. And he understands me. He understands my problem. And I also feel attached to my teacher. And when I feel attached to my teacher, I start telling my problem to him or her. And that is the most important thing, because you realize one thing: your student is with you for most of the time. He is for lesser time at home. He's with you and he's with friends for most of the times. So have you designed a mechanism like this in your institution? Have you kept the record of the number of students and name of the student assigned to a particular mentor teacher? The condition is that all these mentor teachers should be full-time teachers only. They should be full-time teachers only, number one. And you have to keep a record of the issues raised and resolved. So what we have developed is, we have a booklet, printed booklet, in that whenever the mentee student meets the mentor, we note down the date, the time, what has happened, what is the condition, for what purpose the mentee has approached to the mentor, and mutual signature of both the mentee and mentor. And this can be provided as a document to the NAAC, can be uploaded and get 15 marks. So this is a big exercise that you need to do. Mere list of mentor teachers will not get you marks. You have to upload the circulars as well as issues raised and resolved mentor wise. If Pingle is a teacher and he has some 30 students, so I have to upload that booklet. Per mentor it has to be uploaded, and then you go for a mentor mentee ratio. Now normally the question that is asked to me is, sir, what is an ideal ratio? So ideal ratio would always be something around 30 students to 1. But there is a problem with students from commerce faculty or the faculties where there are lots of students and lesser number of teachers. So sometimes they get higher number of students. That is not a problem, provided they counsel their students. And another thing is that is not told by most of the resource person is, I prefer not to change the mentor teacher. That means if Pingle is a mentor teacher for 30 students from first year, now these 30 students should stay with me in the second year also and in third year also till they leave the college. Because otherwise, if they go to second year and they find somebody else, it is like dusri shadi, second marriage. You have to start it afresh. You have to adjust with the new teacher. You have to adjust with the second teacher needs to adjust with the students again, find the whole history, etc., etc. It is like going to the new doctor again. So your family doctor knows you well. Similarly, keep that mentor teacher and mentee students as constant as possible. If the number goes down because some of the students fail, then feed it up with the new students which are coming up. But try to keep the old students with the old mentor only. This is what we are doing. So I hope this is something key thing that I have told you. Not many people tell it. Going to teacher profile, and this is again something that you have. If you have it, you get good marks. If you don't have it, you don't get good marks. So against the number of sanctioned post, and sanctioned post will include the post sanctioned by your management also. Many a times, because the managements are not financially sound, they do not sanction more posts. So include all the posts which are not sanctioned by government, but as per the designated workload are applicable to your institution, sanctioned by the management into this also. The definition of full-time teachers, I've already told you that if there is a certain workload as per UGC norms, at least 90% of workload should be taken by that teacher to be called as full-time teacher. So this is one question. Now this is quality of the teacher. I have talked only about PhD because normally in a higher education institution, you do not get DM, MCS, DNB, DSc and DLIT. Many of these degrees are also omitted now in most universities. So I normally talk about PhDs only. How many of your teachers, what percentage of your full-time teachers have the PhD degree, or if you have some of these during the last 5 years, right? So number of full-time teachers with PhDs year-wise, irrespective of year of award of PhD. So if I probably have a PhD in 2002, but the assessment duration is 2016 to 2021, I'll still be counted as PhD. So it doesn't matter whether I have obtained PhD earlier or not, right? I am a PhD, right? So number of full-time teachers with PhD, irrespective of the year of award of PhD. The certificate, PhD certificate or the degree, that would be important. And of course, the honorary doctorate will not be considered. Like you see, late Pranab Mukherjee was awarded honorary PhD from many universities. So such PhDs would not be considered. So this is pretty simple question that requires actually not much of explanation. Now there is another important thing in this question is average teaching experience. If you ask me the teaching experience, I would say I am appointed as assistant professor in Sangamner College in 2008. So it is 13 years experience in Sangamner College. But I worked for 1 year at Modern College, Pune. I worked for 1 year in Nagpur University Postgraduate Teaching Department. So my teaching experience is 15 overall. But when I'm going for the NAAC assessment of Sangamner College, my experience at Pune and Nagpur will not be considered. So the point here is that your experience in the same institution will only be considered, number one. Number two, if your experience in the institution is less than 1, it will not be counted. So experience should be at least more than 1 year. For full-time teacher, number one. Then the next thing is you will have to cite the experience certificate or appointment order. I understand for many non-grant colleges, you would terminate your teachers and then reappoint them. So under such cases, you can provide the experience certificate from the institution and not the appointment order. That will be safer. So I hope I am clear with this question as well. And then you come down to 2.5, which is the penultimate key indicator of criterion 2, evaluation processes and reforms. So here you talk about, there are qualitative questions only here. Very, very important stuff. Transparency and robustness, frequency and mode of internal assessment. See, there was a meeting. I'm sorry, I should not be telling you this when it is getting recorded. I do not know. Probably it is not. Yeah, it is live somewhere. It is on record. One of my fellow teachers told me that why do you need to do this much of exercise for conducting an examination under autonomous status? We were already doing it on Zoom in internal assessment. Now, what is the problem is internal assessment, probably you are not taking care of all the unfair means, the transparency, the robustness. Robustness means kadai, discipline. Transparency means everything should be fair, but robustness means discipline. So are you taking care of the transparency and the robustness in your internal assessment as well? Do you display the notice, starting from the notice, making a blueprint of evaluation, displaying the notice, making the timetable, setting up the blocks, the seating arrangement of the students, then question paper itself, which is not the question bank based kind of thing. Students, these are these 20 questions, any 10 will be asked. No, let them study. Then the examination, which is taken under certain vigilance, the junior supervisor, sometimes the CCTV camera. We have taken the examination, online examination under autonomous status with Zoom camera on, Google Forms, answer sheets uploaded with junior supervisors in each block of 60 students. We had made the blocks, online blocks, Zoom link for 60 students, another Zoom link for remaining 60 students, and the teacher on video talking, interacting with the students. No student can chit chat, look here and there, cannot upload anything from their notebook because their answer sheets have been designed like that on the online. So what are the means that you have taken to introduce transparency now? Mark list. Do you, tell your students the answer sheets, give them the answer sheets. Tell them the marks, what is going wrong, where they have lost the marks, and all such things. A student has to right to ask the marks of other students also sometimes, to compare also. So do you have that transparency? And other such kinds of mechanisms should be explained here, of summative and formative assessments, the internal assessments, etc. And similarly, another qualitative question comes about the grievances related to it. Something which is called a citizen charter is normally mentioned in government offices. For example, passport. Once your application is received and appointment is fixed, your application will be forwarded to the regional office. In 15 days, your passport will be printed. In 15 more days, your passport will be dispatched. In 15 more days, you will receive the passport, etc., etc. Something like that is written. Similarly, since examination is a very, very time-bound method, do you have a grievance redressal mechanism specifically for examination, which is transparent, time-bound, and efficient? For example, there are mistakes in hall ticket, the admit card. For example, there is a change in name of, the mother. It has mistakenly been written something else. There are problems with the subjects in the hall tickets. Revaluation, reassessment of the students. Some papers have been added mistakenly into the, hall ticket of the students. Many such things. But how much time do you take for these processes matters. So you have to define a time limit for this, that certain things, and write it down, that complaints of such sorts will be resolved in 1 week or maximum 2 days or 3 days or whatever duration. Right? Yes, CIE is other than the university exam, continuous internal evaluation, other than the university examination. Right? So do you have mechanism related to this? And not only internal examination, even for example, in Pune University, the first year examinations, even though these are the university exams, are with the colleges. So the evaluation is done at the colleges only. And therefore the students, they apply to the examination unit of the college. Right? So whether internal examination or under such cases, like I told you, the university exam conducted by the college in Mumbai, first year and second year, both are with the colleges. So under such cases, the colleges need to handle these grievances. And do you have a mechanism to redress such problems. Then going ahead and talking about the last thing, which is student performance and learning outcome, which is very, very tricky, and many colleges are still struggling about it. Whether you are aware along with your students about the program and course outcomes. Unfortunately, really, really unfortunate that many universities, they draft their curricula. Many board of studies, they write down their syllabus, they write the objectives, but they do not still write the course outcomes or the program outcomes. Most universities, they do not tell what are the outcomes of a BSc degree, what are the outcomes of a BA degree, what are the outcomes of a BCom degree. Those outcomes are called as program outcome. BA is a program. So outcome of BA is program outcome. My humble request to all the participants is go through the website of UGC, find the document on something which is called as LOCF. LOCF. And if you read that LOCF document, you will find out that there are 12 graduate attributes as to when a student gets graduated, what are the things he should be able to do. Those are called as graduate attributes. You associate those graduate attributes with every program. Say, for example, problem solving. Say, for example, leadership. Say, for example, ethics and morals. Right? You associate it with each program. BSc, BA, BCom, MSc, MBA, etc., etc. So those becomes the program outcome. So program outcome are the knowledge, skills, and attitudes a graduate should have at the time of graduation. Program specific outcomes are, for example, BSc in zoology. So what is a student from BSc zoology expected to learn is program specific objective. And say, for example, I have a particular paper, a subject in BSc zoology. For example, just now I said cell biology. So the outcomes of that particular course are called as course outcomes. You have to define all these, but the point is all these are correlated. If the course outcomes are met, the program specific outcomes are met. If the program specific outcomes are met, the program outcomes are met. And if the program outcomes are met, you meet the graduate attributes defined by LOCF UGC and worldwide also. So this is something that is beyond the explanation for the day's workshop, but is very, very important for all of us to understand. And there is a big mathematical exercise that you have to do to calculate the attainment of program outcome and course outcome. I can briefly tell you in say 2 like that. I have been doing it in my institution, so I can tell you. So you write the course outcome for all your courses. Say, for example, this is particular course code number this and this. You write down 4 or maximum 6 course outcomes and use Bloom's taxonomy to find out the action verbs. Bloom's taxonomy has 6 levels, starting from remembering to understanding to analyze to evaluate to create. And on the basis these action verbs, for example, explain, calculate, analyze, these action verbs are used to write down a course outcome. Then you associate a course outcome with the 12 program. I told you the 12 graduate attributes. So 12 program outcomes are possible. Now you align these course outcome with all the 12 program outcomes. Program, say for example, BA, BSc, BCom. Course, your paper that you teach. For example, a commerce person would be teaching costing or mercantile law. A botany student probably will be talking about plant taxonomy, or zoologist would be talking about, say, as I said, cell biology. Physics person would be talking about, say, mechanics, or chemistry teacher would be talking about, say, physical chemistry or thermodynamics paper, right? So these are the papers, and a paper will have 4 outcomes. And that you have to correlate at the level of 1 to 3 with all the program outcomes, and to get a matrix like this, which is called as COPO mapping, that you would be hearing. If you have not done it for the first cycle, no problem. But keep it in mind and try to do it now so that you do it in your next cycle of assessment. So then you have this matrix for all the courses. This was for one course and all the outcomes of that course. Then you have for all the courses, And finally, I will not describe it in detail because it is a big exercise, it will be very confusing for you. Finally, you get a number where you say that by this number, the program outcome attainment has been achieved. This is a means of saying or finding as to what or where you started. Could you reach there? You had started with certain expectations from the students. Could you fulfill the expectations of the students? आप चाहते थे कि बच्चा A for apple बोले. You wanted the student to say A for apple. Could he say A for apple? If he could, yes, 3 out of 3. If he could say A for app, then halfway attained. If he could not say anything, he has not attained it. As simple as that. But this is the quantifying method which can help you to see whether the program outcomes have been attained or not. So you get overall CO attainment and finally overall program attainment. And of course, the student survey is one of the part of it. I'm sorry, I cannot describe this in detail because of the time limits of this workshop. But any of you from any college across Bihar, Gujarat, Uttar Pradesh, or anybody who wants me to talk on outcome-based education, you can have my contact details later on. I'll be more than happy to maybe deliver a workshop or share something that I know with you. Now, another question, average pass percentage of the students. So this is normally the result analysis that you are carrying out. There's nothing to explain here. But the only thing that I need to explain here is the result sheet that has been provided to you by the university will be required to be attested by the principal and be uploaded for the DVV purpose. One. And the final year results will only be considered. So you need not give the results of first year and second year. Only the results of final year, or in case of postgraduate, the second year results would be given. So it is very easy to understand. Last one in criterion 2 talks about the student satisfaction survey. Now this carries 60 marks. This is very, very important. And specifically for those colleges which come from rural background, the students, they do not have email ID. But now when you make the provision, you carry out certain activity where emails would be required, automatically students will create email ID. All my exercises in my institution, whether exam, whether teaching, is happening on Google. Everything is happening on Google, my dear friends. So every student is bound to have a Gmail ID. He cannot get anything in my college without having an email ID. So somewhere he's caught, and therefore all the students have valid email ID. Every day need it, fortunately. So you have to ensure that all your students, you stuck them in some activity where the email ID will be required. Online admission, degree, assignments, teaching outcomes, the results, the analysis, examination, anything. You attach them to certain activity where they will require email ID. So the first thing is NAAC would ask you for the details of all your students with name, class, gender, student ID, Aadhaar card, mobile number, email ID, etc. The degree program for which they are appearing. So I have 5,800 students in my college. They will need all the details of 5,800 students from my college. What they will do is they will randomly choose 10% of these students. So 5,800 ka 10% is 580. But 580 is more than 100. So they want at least 100 students only. So they will take 100 students out of this. And they will now send a questionnaire which is available on the NAAC's website. If you go to apply online link on NAAC website, at the bottom they have student satisfaction survey in English and Hindi also. So they have 21 questions, out of which 20 are objective, one is subjective question, which talks about the infrastructure, the teaching that is happening in the institution. So if, say, for example, in the first try, NAAC could contact 78 students and they could not get through with 22 students, unka email bounce ho gaya, reply nahi kiya, etc., etc. So with the remaining lot of the students that they have, they will try to get 22 more students. So they will take maximum 2 survey attempts to reach to this figure, which is 100 or 10%. आपके कॉलेज में अगर 1000 ही स्टूडेंट होंगे या 900 स्टूडेंट ही होंगे, so 90 will be 10%. So whichever is less, 90 students feedback will be taken if there are 1000 students only. Yes, subjective question also reflects in marks. right? So that way the student satisfaction survey will be carried out, and that carries 60 marks, and that is done in parallel with the DVV process. जब आपकी DVV process चलती है तभी ये student satisfaction survey होता है, and later on the peer team comes at the end with only 30% weightage to peer team visit. So quickly now we will go to criterion 3, and this criterion talks about research, innovation, and extension. Now the problem with this criterion is, because the first word is research, many people feel that research का criterion है तो ये तो बड़ा बुरी हालत है हमारे institution में, we do not have lot of research. But people tend to forget that there are very less marks to research itself in this criterion and more marks to something called as extension. Look at the name of this criterion. The name of the criterion: research, innovation, and extension. So even if you have less research and have more extension, you can do well in this particular criterion. The marks for UG colleges are 110 and marks for PG colleges are 120. 4 key indicators for UG college, 5 key indicators for PG college. And questions for UG colleges are less, for PG colleges are more. The reason is there is something called as innovation ecosystem, 3.2. The second key indicator, innovation ecosystem, is not applicable for the UG colleges. It is only applicable for the PG college. Now, what is PG college? Any college having at least one postgraduate program is a PG college. And any college having all the undergraduate programs alone, it is a UG college. So if you are UG college, you need not worry about innovation. If you are a PG college, you will have 3.2, talking about innovation ecosystem. So quickly going through see this I was talking about. Innovation ecosystem not applicable for UG college. And for PG college, there are 3.5. But for PG college, it is up to 3.4 only. So 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, 3.4 for UG, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for PG. Marks for extension activities more for UG, and for PG 50 marks only, because for PG 10 marks goes to innovation ecosystem. So such is the calculation here. Yes, Dr. Pavitra, you have both UG and PG courses. That means you are a PG college. If you have at least one PG course, you are a postgraduate college. You have 20 undergraduate course, but you have one PG course, you are still a PG college. Okay. This is normal query that I always get. So first area or key indicator is resource mobilization for research. You have research in your institution, but how you mobilize your resources for this research? I do not have time to go into the details of the pictures that I have given. So the first question, which is asking you about whether UG or PG college, it is asking about where do you fetch the grants from. But very unfortunate picture is Dr. Jay recently got indexed in noticed in one of the index of scientific research. Congratulations to him. And that would tell people normally rely on only UGC and their universities for getting funds for doing research. But there are many other granting agencies which can offer you funds for doing research. I have made this font large, INR in lakhs. It is because, say for example, I have a grant of 9,55,000. So people tend to write 955,000 in their DVV sheet, which is wrong. They've asked in lakh, so you will write 9.55 only. So first mistake that people do. So whatever projects you are having, you have to upload the copies of the grant award letters, the duration of the project for which it has been given, name of the project investigator, the name of the project, amount which has been received, name of the funding agency, and year of the sanction. But normally, sometimes what happens is, say for example, Rayat Shikshan Sanstha is a very big organization in Maharashtra. So one college, I'll be going to, Dr. Jay knows, I'll be going to Karmavir Bhaurao Patil College next week for 1 week workshop that I'm organizing for them. So because they are from same organization, Rayat Shikshan Sanstha, maybe Rayat Shikshan Sanstha will offer some seed money or grant to Dr. Jay. Will that be considered here? The answer is no. Your own trust or your sister institutions should not be covered. There are government and non-government agencies that will give you the grants for doing research projects. You can have endowment, or I mean, you can have endowment from these agencies, some amount kept reserved for research. So that can be considered here. Before I go into some of the questions, I will quickly give you a slide where I'll tell you there are many agencies, funding agencies, which people normally do not look into, especially the people from arts and humanities, mental and moral sciences. There's British Council of India. There is Regional English Language Office, US Embassy in India. English and Foreign Language University, Hyderabad. Geet Institute, Pune. Central Institute of Indian Languages. Dakshin Bharat Hindi Prachar Sabha, Chennai. Sahitya Academy. Bharatiya Jnanpeeth for Social Sciences. TIS, Tata Institute of Social Sciences. ICSSR, Indian Council for Cultural Relations. National Archives of India. Nehru Memorial Museum and Library, etc., etc. For commerce, you have CII, Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce, Forum of Free Enterprise, etc. So many organizations which will still offer you grants. Yes, travel grants would also be considered here. Yeah. No, probably not. Not travel grant. Grants for doing research and not for presenting a paper, etc. So travel grants will not be considered. I'm so sorry I said that it will be considered. So that was one thing, that what are the research grants that are available with your institution. Now there is this question, which is 3.1.2 for UG and 3.1.3 for PG. But nevertheless, the question is same. How many departments are having some sort of research project funded by the government? So normally now this question is significant, because normally what happens is, say for example, Dr. Jay is very, very nice researcher in his institution. So the college ends up writing that we have received a financial assistance of 50 lakh rupees through research grants. All right. But who has brought this 50 lakh? So Jay Kumar, Dr. Jay Kumar, Dr. Jay Kumar, Dr. Jay. 8 out of 9 projects were from Dr. Jay Kumar. So is it good picture? The answer is no. If you have 10 departments, at least 7, 8 or 5 departments should be participating in, generating these research projects or grants to research projects. So it is important how many departments are participating. So again, the same details, but with the name of the department is also needed here. With the e-copies of the grant, same evidences, same details. The only thing is the duration of the grant period should align with the assessment period. Somewhere, at least, the part of your research project duration, it should fall in the assessment period, right? That is something which is important to be. Yes, self-financed fresher faculty can apply for a research grant. We have friends, we have many non-grant teachers in our institution who are fetching good grants from different sources. So nowhere it has been written that the teacher should be approved. He should be permanent faculty of the university or college. Anybody with a sound research knowledge and a good proposal can apply. Of course, some schemes, they mention that he should be a recognized teacher of the institution and all. But many other funding agencies, they give you grant provided you have a good proposal. Science, ICMR, DST, DBT, CSIR, ICAR, lots of grants available. Only thing is our proposals are of not that mark. So next question is percentage of teachers recognized as research guide. This question is not applicable for undergraduate colleges, right? Percentage of teachers recognized as research guide. So you simply need to, provide the e-copies of the letters, the guideship letter, what we call, and how many teachers in the institutions they are recognized as the research guide. You have to find it out. Now, teachers from other institute guiding at your centers will not be counted, which is now normally a practice. No, there's a teacher from XYZ college, say for example, YCIS, and he is affiliated to my research center. So he will not be counted. My teachers, how many of my teachers are recognized as research guide in the latest academic year? See, this data is now linked with 242 from criterion 2 and 331, the earlier sheet that we have. So automatically tracked. Now 313 is for UG colleges. Because UG colleges are comparatively smaller, so a smaller task comparatively has been given to them. And now this question, which till earlier methodology was very common in NAAC manual, kitne seminar conferences liye, how many seminar conferences. So they do not ask this question to PG colleges now. Now you're postgraduate college or autonomous college. So this is something very normal that you should be doing. But for undergraduate colleges, you are still expected to organize seminar conferences. Even postgraduate colleges are expected to do, but this is not something that will be quantified in the assessment. So for UG colleges, how many seminar conferences, workshops you have organized in the last 5 years? Keep a data. Who were the resource person? How many participants? What was the duration? An activity report, and then you have to upload it on the DVV sheet. So this is very, very important as far as criterion 3.1 is concerned. Funding agencies I have already talked about. Then you come down to 3.2, which is applicable to postgraduate colleges only, not applicable for UG. Only 2 questions. One, do you have an incubation center? Now, what is incubation center? Quickly. Innovation ecosystem or incubation center is a center where you bring all the sources at a place so that a student or somebody with a good idea can turn up into entrepreneurship, a startup, or a business opportunity. Just like, when this COVID pandemic came in and people were very, very skeptical, touching here and there. So that sanitizer dispensing tool came into play. There was a policeman who became very, very viral. He was pushing a paddle with his leg, and then there was another lever which was going down, and sanitizer was coming into hand. Now this has become such a popular thing. But when last year this video was circulated, people said, all right, what innovation, yeah. But now, do you think this is an innovation? No. But when it was an innovation, somebody financed that person to say generate 20 such things and sell it in the market. This is called as incubation. So making an idea, converting it into a business is called as incubation. Do you have a place like this in your institution? Do you have facilities for doing this? Do you have IT infrastructure? Do you have a laboratory? Do you have place where these people can sit? Have you collaborated with industry people who can guide such people? Do you have some seed money for funding these people? Do you have maybe government support, for example, DST incubation or Atal incubation? Have you collaborated with some NGOs, etc.? That is called as creating an innovation ecosystem. So if you can create this and write it down, you will get 5 marks. And then how do you carry out incubation is the second step, very important. I'm talking it a little in detail because most people don't do it. So initially you ask a group of students to come together and discuss with their teacher or somebody who is an expert in that particular field. You call it as an ideation workshop. You give them a certain situation and ask that certain situation to turn up into a business. Say for example, COVID. Make COVID into a business opportunity. लोग बोलते हैं कोविड आया ना कईयों के रोजगार चले गए. मैं तो बोलता हूं कोविड में कईयों की तो जिंदगी सुधर गई. लोगों ने करोड़ों कमाए. So find the idea which you can turn into a business opportunity. That is called as ideation. Then take IPR workshop, intellectual property right workshops, where you can get patents, where you can get trademarks, where you can get copyright for your work. Do personal counseling, whether it is financial counseling, whether it is marketing, whether it is any other thing. Do personal counseling of such students, and then that can be launched as a startup. The final outcome will be startup. So a broad process that will take time to happen, but yes, it happens. So for that, you will take workshops and seminars on fields such as research methodology, IPR, entrepreneurship, etc. So how many such workshops you have taken? How many participants have been there? The activity report, the dates, etc. If you give, you can get the 5 marks for this particular question. So you will need a brochure, the geotagged photographs, and the details of the resource person. If you have any of these evidences, you are good enough, depending on how many such events you have conducted in 5 years. The next part is research publication and awards. Bapre, bahut sare log dar jate hain. Many people are afraid as soon as they say that, talking about publications, but look at the marks. Out of 115 odd marks from the criterion, only 15 are for UG and for 25 for PG as far as publications are concerned. So even if your institution or college is poor in research publications, don't worry. You have many other areas where you can score. Now, the problem with these publications is, of course, you need to find them in a UGC listed journal. But before that, one thing that for PG college has been asked is number of PhDs registered per eligible teacher. And what does this eligible means? A teacher who is having guideship. If I am not having guideship, of course there will be no students registered with me. So for me to have registered students, I should be eligible teacher. I should be guide. So if you are having out of 100 teachers, if you are having 20 guides, then only 20 teachers will be counted here. 100 teachers will not be counted. So there is a good news here. So how many PhD students have been registered? Registered, not awarded, registered. So details of the students registered, such as their registration, the details, the guideship letter, etc., etc. So guide sheet of course should be valid during the assessment period, and documents of the registration of the research scholar will be required here. This is the thing I was talking about, the publication of your papers. That should be the journal notified on the UGC website during the last 5 years. So of course you need a UGC care list, the title of the paper and all other things, the ISSN number, etc. All these details will be required here. So web link to the journal. They will ask you for web link to the journal. It should land on the exact page where your paper is there. Number one, the paper itself will be required. Screenshot will be required, which mentions the date of indexing also, DOI, what it is called as. And a document which will indicate the presence on UGC care also, or they have mentioned it in SOP, or if not in UGC care, Web of Science, Scopus, or any other citation index, for example, Indian Citation Index. Can you find out whether your journal is included, indexed somewhere in these? If it is, they will take care. So this has emerged in the latest revision of the manual, that they say indicate presence in UGC care, comma, WOS, Web of Science, comma, Scopus, oblique, other. So maybe you can take advantage. As of now, I'm not in a condition to comment very, very strongly that the paper not in UGC care list will also be accepted. I cannot strongly say this today, but now the revision has come that any indexed paper can also be considered. So maybe you can go ahead with your DVV process and try to convince them. Books, chapters, this is not very, very complicated thing that I should be spending time on. So how many books or chapters you have contributed to in national or international conference proceedings, etc., etc. So all these details, including the title, ISBN numbers, and the authors, the division, department, etc., that needs to be given here to get 10 marks. So nothing which is very, very difficult here, except for that UGC care or indexed part. Coming to more important part, which will get you more marks. 60 marks for UGC and 50 marks UG and 50 marks for PG colleges. Extension activities. So here you have to ensure that you carry out extension activities in the neighborhood communities. But when I say extension activities, people are normally confused as to all the activities of NSS. No, any department doing any activity in the neighborhood community is extension activity. No need to always go for NSS. You know, sensitizing the students about the social issues. For example, if I am carrying out zoology department is carrying out an AIDS awareness program in the society, it is an extension activity. If I am carrying out a soil and water testing activity in the farmers, nearby farmers and the village, then it is an extension activity for the holistic development of the student. Why? Because it should also lead to the development of the student. They should learn out of it. Generally, people are of the opinion that extension do anything for the society. It is for the students. By the virtue of the students, you are contributing to the society. Even if the students are learning value, it is extension activity. Values. For example, if they are learning cleanliness, hygiene, value. So hand wash day that you are celebrating is a value. So go into the society and talk about the benefits of the hygiene. So students are learning hygiene and value. That is all right. So try to associate all the departments with the curriculum and relate it with the society to carry out these activities in the neighborhood community. Give a list of these activities and convince peer team that our contribution to the society through our students is amazing, and get 10 marks for UG and 5 marks for PG. So the aspect of education which emphasizes neighborhood service, it is not beyond, away from the education. People normally feel that extension activity is beyond the college. No, it is part of your curriculum. Associate your curriculum. Say, for example, hemoglobin camp, blood donation camp. A zoology student is associated with blood, physiology. So if zoology students, why NSS should always be doing all these activities? No, botany department should be doing this plantation activity. Kuch bhi hua NSS? No. Aromatic plants, medicinal plants, all these information can be given to the society in the neighborhood community, and that is extension activity. So I hope I'm, say, for example, our electronics department, they organized a workshop in the local community in making low cost solar lamps, electronic science for society with the students. So students learned making solar lamps and contributed to the society, extension activities. So not many colleges will write like this. They do not understand the aspect is. And then outreach activity. It is beyond your syllabus. Conducting local public awareness activities through targeted community interaction. So even if not associated with your curriculum, you target some community and do it for their welfare. For example, they're deaf and dumb in the society. There is a sanstha called as Swayam Prerit in Sangamner, place around Sangamner, where the AIDS patients are there, celebrating festivals with them. This is outreach activity. So there is a difference between extension and outreach activity that one should take care of. Awards and recognitions that you might be getting for your extension activities from government or government recognized bodies. No Gram Panchayat or local bodies awards will be considered here. Government or government recognized bodies, and provided you do not include individual awards. The awards given to the institution will only be included here, right? So this is what I was telling you, e-copy of the awards of letters. Awards to the individuals will not be considered here. Extension activity awards only to be included here. Awards from own trust and sister institutions will not be considered. Local bodies, panchayat, local awards, they will not be considered here. So only government and government recognized awards would be considered. Now you have a altogether different question for NSS, Red Cross, YRC, etc. Right? So with these now units of your college, are you carrying out extension and outreach programs in collaboration with industries community? So now ensure whenever you are organizing a program, try to collaborate with something. For example, I'll tell you, the blood donation program that we organize is always in return with Arpan Blood Bank. The plantation program that we organize is always with Jai Hind Yuva Manch, right? So whenever you are organizing a program, try to organize that program in association. For example, we do a Nirmalya collection in during the Ganesh festival, the Ganesh idol immersion that takes place. We do this program in association with the Nagar Palika. So collaborate with community, NGOs and industry to carry out your extension and outreach program. List them, the name of the program, the name of the collaborators, geotagged photograph, do you have any newspaper clipping, and all such data with number of students who have participated. See how much marks can they give you, 20 and 20 more. These activities can get you 40 marks. So try to look into activities which are extension and outreach sort of activities. And these activities are taken in collaboration with, the community, the NGO, the agencies, and keep a track of the students who are participating in these activities. Get 40 marks. So those who wonder that criterion 3 is a difficult criterion, I would say it is very easy criterion. Find a person who is very much involved in these social activities and he'll get you 40 marks. Then going into the next area and last area, in fact, that is 3.4 collaboration. So collaboration, there are two parts of it. It's just a collaboration or linkage, or sometimes it is a formal thing which is coming up, which is called as MOU, or MOA also it is sometimes called. So collaboration and linkage is different thing. Linkage is one way. Linkage is one way. So for example, you take services from somebody, but don't give anything in return. That is called as linkage, right? Collaboration is if I give you something, you also give me something. That is collaboration. Just like in Star Maker, somebody would be singing songs. So there is a female singer who is singing and I am also singing. We are singing together to make one song. That is called as collaboration. So when you do one activity together, that is called as collaboration. When you do an activity so that you give and no, the second party is not giving anything, that is called as linkage. But when you bring this association formally on paper for a certain duration of time, that is called as MOU. So how many such activities are you carrying out related to faculty exchange, student exchange, field trip, job training, research, etc. for undergraduate colleges? For PG, they have restricted. They have restricted it to research, faculty exchange, student exchange, internship only. They do not include field trip, job training, research, etc. here. So idea of only telling you is you will require few letters only here and try to carry out as many activities as possible. For example, now I'll tell you, there is an autonomous college in Mumbai, SIES college, and we are another college. So SIES college, they contacted us, said that commerce students from your college, do they want to participate in the certificate program that we are conducting on income tax? So I said, fine, let us sign an MOU that the certificate program that we will conduct, your students will participate, and certificate program that you are conducting, my students will participate. So that is student exchange. Actually, student exchange is when some part of a program is shared somewhere else and another part is shared somewhere else, then that is called a student exchange. But at least you can do that. An add-on program probably can be shared in different institutions. So it is little difficult for PG colleges here, but UG colleges have more options here. So you have to keep a record of all such collaborative activities here. And what is the duration of these activities? When did this commence? When did it start? Nature of the collaborative activity, etc. to get 10 marks. MOUs, as I said, these MOUs should be valid during the assessment period. They should be signed by both the parties. Most importantly, on a stamp paper, 100 rupee stamp paper. The duration of the MOU, 3 years or 5 years or 2 years should be mentioned. And an MOU without any activity not conducted will not be held valid. At least one activity. People, they sign a lot of MOU. An MOU between Sangamner College and YCIS. But no activity conducted in 5 years, not be counted. There should be at least one activity which was held during the assessment period. Number of the students and teachers or teachers participating under such MOU, that should also be noted. So MOU, linkages and collaboration, this difference should be understood. I hope you all are clear. So I can see in the chat box there are few questions, there are some appreciations as well, because I've been constantly talking, and then we'll quickly come down to criterion 4. Talking about criterion 4, which is infrastructure and learning resources. This talks about IT facilities. This talks about the buildings, the infrastructure, the physical infrastructure that you are having. This talks about library. This talks about maintenance. 100 marks, common for UG as well as PG. A pretty easy topic, I would say, for an IQSE coordinator, because if management has given you all this, you are well off. But if your institution does not has it, you cannot score mark in it. So the first question is, under the physical facilities for 30 marks, do you have adequate infrastructure for physical facilities and physical facilities for teaching, learning, that is classrooms, laboratories, computing equipment, etc. Now, how will you, this is a qualitative question. How will you write this? For that, you have to understand the meaning of adequate. What is adequate? See, if there are 10 people at your home, answer in the chat box, I'm asking you a question. If you are 10 people at home and you have 2 gulab jamun with you or 2 rasgulla with you, is it adequate? I'm waiting for the answers. Bharti Patil madam says sufficient. There are 10 people in the house and there are only 2 gulab jamun. Is it adequate? So yes, many of you are saying no. Right. Now I give a condition. There are 2 rasgulla or gulab jamun in the room, 10 people at home, but 8 are diabetic. So now you will say that yes, it is adequate. So adequacy is a relative term, right? So you have to find out whether the infrastructure you are having, that means number of classroom in relation to the number of students, laboratories in relation to the number of students. Now, for certain courses, say for example, say humanities, you will not require laboratories. So just like, diabetic patients will not require sweets. So your number of laboratories, which should be in terms of the number of students requiring the laboratories, whether commerce talking about commerce lab, whether linguistics people talking about language lab, or science students talking about scientific laboratories, or computer science people talking about computer equipment. So not all students are requiring computers for programming purpose. Do you have adequate infrastructure? So in relation to the number of students or the staff that you are having. So you have to consider this aspect while answering this question. So you will talk about the area covered, number of classroom, general description of the institution as to how many students are there. And then do you conduct your sessions in shifts? Do you have any unique infrastructure? Say for example, central computing facility, etc., or central laboratory, central instrumentation facility, etc. Talk about recreation canteen. Say for example, my college is a 50-acre campus and I have 2 canteens. Not many colleges would have 2 canteens. I remember Pune University has 2 or 3 canteens. So not many colleges will have 2 canteens. Right. So I have 2 canteens because there are a lot many students, even in 2 shifts, there are at least 2,000 students in both the shifts, 2 to 3,000 students. So I need more canteens. Do you have a medical center? I have a huge naturopathy and yoga hospital, just like Sansad Bhavan, big enough medical center. Do you have restrooms? This will talk about in tune with the number of students and actually the stakeholders you are having at campus. Upload geo-tagged photographs. You can use open camera, an app on your mobile, or you can use a GPS DSLR camera for taking geo-tagged photographs, and provide the web link as a source. This is my college. These are classrooms. These are some computer laboratories. This is chemistry laboratory. This is one of the building which is called as MV Kaundinya Research Building. So this is kind of infrastructure that I'm having. You can feel that this is adequate. See, the students are not crowded. They are doing their experiments individually. Good enough space for a class of say 60 to 70 students to sit comfortably and interact to the teacher, who would airy, spacious, with lights, everything. So this kind of infrastructure is expected not only for academic purpose, but for cultural activities, sports, games, gymnasium, etc. So again, the size, area, shape, facilities, utilization, festivals, parades, grounds, etc. all will come into the play. How many times you use it? How many times a day it is used? How many students use it in a particular duration of the time? Yoga and meditation center, gymnasium, whether it is multi-gym facility, 16 station gym facility, indoor stadium, outdoor stadium. Do you use terrace or the basements also for some of the activities? Do you have fine arts center, amphitheater, auditorium? Again, geotagged photographs should be uploaded. This is the medical center that I'm talking about. I told you it just looks like Sansad Bhavan. So the architecture is like this: Yoga and Nisargopchar Kendra. This is a multi-station gym that we are having. This is the auditorium that we are having. This is the playground that we are having, a lush green playground that we have with 8-lane track for the athletics. So I cannot say that you can have such kind of infrastructure because we are fortunate to have 50-acre lands. Many cities, they do not have this much amount of land, but at least you can have some indoor facilities like that. The gymnasiums can be there. The auditoriums can be there with all the facilities, colorful programs. Such photographs, geotagged photographs can be given as an evidence. Now this, so many colleges would find it easier. Do you have classrooms with ICT facilities. Now it is comparatively more easier because you would have LCDs in your college, you have LAN nodes in all the classrooms. When you construct a classroom, try to ensure that all the classrooms get a range of a router, Wi-Fi router, and there is a LAN cable in all the classrooms. You can circulate a cable. Whenever you want, then you can attach that LAN cable and use the network, right? In any classroom. Smart classroom with smart boards and smart teachers. I always say smart classrooms are best when they are used by smart teachers. So classrooms are not smart. The teacher should be smart. Classrooms with LMS facilities, this sounds little vague for me because LMS is something that I can use anywhere, in my laboratory, in my office, or anywhere. So classroom does not have LMS facility. LMS is a software with where you can put your e-contents, where the students can be in touch, where the assessment can be carried out, evaluation attainment can be measured, etc. So, but nevertheless, a classroom with all such facilities, seminar halls with ICT facilities, provide geotag photographs and get the marks. The only thing is labs and workshops will not be included here. So not going into details of LMS, Google Classroom itself is a good LMS. We are fortunate in Pune University that the Pune University has given a centralized software to all the colleges in the university. So we have a domain, online domain, where we need to log in. All the teachers, all students are registered there, all courses are there. So we can put our all the course contents over there. We can carry out evaluation with big blue button also. So we have been provided by the LMS from Pune University, but we have also been using Google Classroom, Canvas also. And Moodle, at our college, we have not tried, but many other colleges, they try Moodle also. Google Classroom is the simplest thing that one can use. It has integrated Google Meet also over there. It has integrated the rubrics also over there. Google Form can be used for test also. Automatically you get grades also. So if you cannot do anything, use Google Classroom, provided you have a Google suite. So that is about LMS. Then you talk about the expenditure on infrastructure augmentation. People normally mispronounce this augmentation as augmentation. It is not augmentation, it is augmentation. And what augmentation means is increase. So you had 10 computers, now you have increased to 15, that is augmentation. You had i3 processor, you have taken it to i5 processor, this is augmentation. You have say 10 Mbps lease line, you have increased it to 50 Mbps, that is augmentation. So any increase in the facility is called as augmentation, right? So what is the expenditure you have made in increasing the infrastructure for last 5 years? That has to be given here. And for that you will require budget. And secondly, augment the audited statement. Whatever money related or finance related thing is there, you have to give the audited statements here. Then you come down to the library. The first thing that they ask is whether your library is completely automated or not. So library should be completely automated. You should be having a software, buy it from anybody. And there are open access software, for example, Koho. So many people are using Koho. So Koho can be used for library automation as well. Write down the version. What are the features? Are you doing barcoding? Are you doing accession through it? Do you have stack distribution facilities? Do you have OPAC? And do you have a library portal? Just give me a moment to share the library page of my institution. You will be very, very happy to see it. Dr. Jay, it is 5:05 right now. How much time do I have? This is criterion 4, which is going on.
Just to take your time, just to see that it should not be cross the 6.
Okay, people are comfortable.
Yeah.
It would not be. It would not be. Definitely not. So I'm taking it as a reasonable pace so that people should understand it as well. I'm stopping my screen share to deliberately share the tab from Google Chrome. If it comes down, and see, I'm always on Google G Suite, the calendar. You can just for your information, you can see all my lectures are on my Google Calendar. So I just need to, put a click here, and this will take me to Google Meet link. So my lecture students, they join same link every day. So 21 students in TYBSC, TYBSTC, every day they join. So everything is happening on this Google LMS. It works like a charm, fantastic. Right. So I will share my institutional website with you just to show you what can be done. If there are a few library in here, I want to show you how a library page can be, should be nahi, how it can be. So this is my college's website, and you have this library page here. And now if you scroll around, can you all see this library page on the website? A yes, no in the chat box.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Thank you, Lakshmi madam. Yeah, thank you. Please finish at your own pace. Thank you so much. Because I am a kind of teacher, if I do not give everything, I do not feel content. So sorry if I get a little delayed. Yeah, so if you see on the library page on the left hand side, about the library, library collection, e-resources, subscribe, e-resources, open access, institutional repository, library periodicals holding, new arrivals, opaque, student corner, library staff, working hours, library rules, library feedback, orientation, photo gallery, and whatnot, previous year question papers, syllabus, everything on one page of library. See, lots of information available. And the very special feature I would like to tell you is institutional repository. My library staff has taken so much of pain in doing this that they have scanned, digitized almost everything. Look at these newspaper clippings, for example. This redirects to Google Drive again, because this much of space will not be available on any website. How much updated is my institution? You can see here. All the newspaper articles, news except items which are published, are immediately put in this folder. I have opened the folder 2020-21. Vachan Din newspaper 15/10/2020 news. It is already uploaded here. So the news items are uploaded constantly for a particular year in this particular folder. Google Drive. I use Google Drive for everything. So if anyone wants to fetch any data, he has to simply go to Google Drive. College thesis and dissertation, Sanskrit manuscript, Hastalikhit, conference proceedings, Sanstha publication. This is college magazine. Now this is specific feature. You will be astonished to see this. College annual, the annual magazine of the college. Look at the years. Can you see 1963? The first college magazine is from 1963. So any year you just go through and the PDF will open. 1975, 1976, 67, 64, 63, 62. The college magazine from 1962 is digitized and kept in the library. Is it not the best practice? So you have to have that desire that I want to do best with a particular criterion, and any peer team will be happy with that. So coming back to our presentation now, I was just trying to show you that if you have that desire, you can do it. So your opaque, where the student can see it from even at his home, that some book is available or not, whether that book has been issued or not, is it available? That kind of facility should be given. So remote access to your library facility is very important. So this is the picture that I was trying to show you, the opaque that we are having. The student can go and check which author is available, which book is available or not. Subscription to e-resources is not big deal. So you almost have, many of these are, not even subscription. They are freely available, open access. So e-show times, when you buy a database, for example, Enlist, you get ebooks also, journals also in it. So it is again a question which has probably not correctly asked by NAAC. Because if you buy a database, it automatically gets you ebooks also and e-journals also, right? So, and one of these membership is in fact open. So remote access to e-resources, as I said, do you have say remote access from some database, or do you give remote access to your database that you are having? For example, the repository that I was talking about. So anybody can go and look into the periodicals and journals that we are having here from the home. What is the budget that you have kept for your books or ebooks, and how much you have spent? Again, the audited statement for that will be duly attested by the head of the institutions and chartered accountant. That will be required here. Then, yes, this is important. What is the percentage of the usage of library by teachers and students? We call it as footfall. So now you have two ways of, studying this footfall. One, physically visiting the library. So you might have kept a register over there where teachers and students would write their name, write the time they entered at 10 a.m., then they left at 10:20. So that is called as footfall. But another is, say, for example, you have Delnet or Enlist, any other database, then they keep a record of how many logins were there. So having these two kinds of data together to come down to percentage per day usage of library by the teachers and students is required in this particular question, where if you are having an accession register, the last page of accession register will be required to be uploaded. Number of physical users, number of users with e-access, like I said in case of Enlist and Delnet. Method of computing. For example, what we recently did is, instead of having a register and people signing it, we have now put a face reading machine over there, biometric machine over there in library. Yes, Shubhangi madam, yes, PPT will be shared. So the problem is, it is not about PPT. All these things are there in the NAAC manual only. I have copied most of the things. The idea is giving you the understanding of the questions. So instead of PPT, I'll give you no problem. But I think you should be going through this session is live somewhere on YouTube maybe. So you should be going through that YouTube channel and watch that again and again. So in case if you have forgotten something, then you can recollect it. So method of computing, I was telling you. So instead of writing registers, can you install a biometric machine? So that becomes more easier, to record the number of students and number of teachers, because many times the students in hurry or teachers in hurry, they forget to write down in the register. So certified e-copy of the ledger for footfalls for 5 days. They will ask any 5 days. From the 5 year, they will say, for example, 1st August to 6th August ka data humko de dijiye. So they will ask for e-copy of any 5 days. Screenshot of the 5 days online data they will also ask for, any 5 days. So you have to be very, very consistent in that. Now, IT infrastructure is another important thing that sometimes people lag it. Yes, there is a question, Riaz Kazi sir, you need a separate website. Yes, you cannot have a Sanstha's website. You need to have a separate website of your institution. So going for IT infrastructure, you will be talking about, do you frequently update the IT facility, including Wi-Fi? As I said, this is a theoretical question, descriptive one. So you have to tell what is the hardware, what are the software, the licensed softwares, the antiviruses, the Wi-Fi connections, starting from say 10 Mbps to 50 Mbps, from broadband to leased line, etc. But you need to have a policy for it. You need a policy for it, because depending upon what course you are offering or what facilities you are having, you might need different IT facilities, maybe a high-end Wi-Fi facility. So what are your softwares, versions, upgradations, validity, maintenance details, the technician who is looking after it, the year-wise status of the hardware, to number of computers, the scanners, the printers, flatbed, my IQAC. I have Canon Image Pro, big printer with a scanner with Wi-Fi printing facility. Even my printing section, DPU, what we call as document processing unit, it also has that big scanner and printer. So depending upon the workload that you are having, the routers, the thin client that you have, 2 or 3 or 4 computers working on same CPU for sharing of information, networking, all such details should be given here to get these 5 marks, including LAN, firewall, internet speed, antivirus, UPS, the battery, how many milliampere support it is, ampere support it is providing, the updation process, technology augmentation policy should be there. After how many years are you going to review the status of the hardware and the software that you are having? And what will you do? Will you upgrade it? What will the idea? Do you have a budget which has been kept for it, for upgradation of the IT resources? All that has to be written to get good marks here. Now, this is important student to computer ratio. Earlier, people would fool NAAC by giving a ratio separately for computer science department for other courses. Computer now is something that is used for everybody. आर्ट्स का स्टूडेंट हूं तो मैं यूज नहीं करूंगा, मुझे इसकी जरूरत नहीं, नथिंग डूइंग. आर्ट्स का स्टूडेंट ये यूज करता है ना, क्यों ये क्यों नहीं छोड़ देता, करता है ना वो ये यूज. So if art student is using a mobile, then he should be using computer also. He should be proficient in Word, PowerPoint, Excel, everything, in presentations, everything. So it is not something which is associated with a faculty. For any first cycle or second cycle, whatever cycle, you will require a data of 5 years. So student computer ratio is the ratio of how many students you are having and how many computers do you have. Ideal ratio, people ask me what is the ideal ratio. So ideal ratio is always 1:1. एक student के लिए एक computer होना चाहिए, but which is never achieved. So I do not know what benchmark NAAC has set. I read somewhere that 1:2, around 10 or 20, 15 should be good number, but it is hardly that can be achieved. So try to have as many computers as possible. Keep the bills of these purchases with you. And thirdly, more importantly, the computers which are in your offices with your administration, say in IQAC with the principal, the vice principal cabin, are not counted here. In the printing, Xerox department, etc. They are not counted here. In HOD's cabin, not counted here. All computers in the computer lab specifically kept for students only will be counted here, and highlight these entries in the stock register. They verify the stock register entry. I remember there was a case in Karmavir Bhaurao Patil College, Vashi, Mumbai. And the period in which they received, they asked for the stock register when they were displaying the equipment. They said, you are a big organization. We just want to ensure that you have not brought it from your sister concern, sister institution. So they want stock register because many institutions were indulged in this malpractice that on the visit the date of NAAC practice or the NAAC peer team, they brought 20 computers from their college from the same organization, and they said, we have 500 computers. So you want the stock register entries also, very important. Now there is a trick about this question which talks about the bandwidth of internet connection. If you go to SOP part of NAAC manual, you will see that they talk about leased line only. Normally, people have internet which is band, broadband. So broadband, even it is 100 Mbps, by the time it comes to you, it is 2 Mbps line. A leased line is something which starts at 50 and you get 50. That is called as leased line. So you cannot have broadband. You should have a leased line to get marks. If you are having a broadband, you will not get any mark here. So have a leased line with a good speed, starting from at least 5 Mbps to maximum as many as 50 Mbps. So for me, what I see is even 50 Mbps sometimes becomes less in a college with 5,800 students and 50 acres of campus. So maybe you can keep 2 or 3 nodes, one off and another starts and such kind of thing. Talk to IT personnel of your institution. But the Mbps, the megabyte, the speed, it should be 50 Mbps in the ideal cases, more than that. So for that purpose, as a proof, you will require bills of the particular last completed academic year, indicating what is the internet connection plan, speed and bandwidth, and e-copy of the document of agreement with the service provider. Coming to the last part of criterion 4 is maintenance. Have you kept or earmarked a budget for maintenance in your, this you have to go and tell your accounts department or your management that do you have a budget specifically for maintenance of infrastructure. So there are many physical facilities or academic support facilities which require maintenance. For example, renovation of the buildings, repair of the benches, cleaning charges, electricity bills, phone bills, charges, other utilities, property taxes, etc. Then you have charges, subscription charges for journals, auditorium charges if you hire any, learning software if you are having, any outsourcing that you are doing. So all these things, they will require recurring expenditures, and such recurring expenditures are included under maintenance. So our balance sheet should show this, and an audited statement of this will be required to get you these 10 marks. All right. So what is important here is your IQAC coordinator should tell your management and the account section that have a head of maintenance. Normally people have this head of maintenance in their ledger, but if they are not having this, then it should be there. Now, do you have a procedure for this? For example, tender. Man mein aaya kisi ko bhi bula liya, it does not go like this, no? So if you are having a process, then it should be tendering, open tendering. Then tender will be opened. After opening the tender, then somebody would be given tender, lowest quotation, central purchase, etc. So do you have defined processes for maintaining and utilizing the physical and academic support facilities, such as policy details, open tendering, outsourcing? For example, for cleanliness, we have agency Jedhe Enterprises. For security, we have Trigger Enterprises. Outsourcing the security. On security gate, we do not have our employee. There are employee from the Trigger security services. What is the mechanism of disbursement the college follows for giving salaries to them? What are the work order letters? What are the agreements? What are the bill pay receipts? PO, purchase order that we release, work order orders. CDC reports where you have approved all these things, the expenditures. So such things can be provided for this question. This is a qualitative question again, right? This is a qualitative question. So when the peer team comes, you will be you should be able to go with this particular question. Coming to criterion 5 now, and it is student support and progression. And it has 4 key indicators: student support, student progression, student participation and activity, and alumni engagement. Now try to understand the student support first. Average percentage of students benefited by scholarships and free ships by the government. So is that anything that you can add to it? No. Only thing that you can do is your scholarship section should make aware students from time to time so that they will apply for the scholarships. So that you have all the eligible students for the scholarships getting the scholarship. So your scholarship section is having that number. Write down the percentage of students and get 20 marks. That's it. So you would require the sanction letters of the scholarships and the details. Normally the college will get that ledger where how many students have been disbursed with the scholarship. So that if you upload, that would be done. But there is something else. For example, what we have is called as Vidyadhan Kalash Yojana. This is something that I would like to specifically tell you. Remember, there are students who are still needy despite of the scholarships from the government. They will still require something, some additional benefit or support. So can or are you providing scholarships or free ships by your own institution or some NGO? I'll tell you a best practice of my institution. My college has a scheme, something called as Vidyadhan Kalash Yojana. And in this Vidyadhan Kalash Yojana, we have a corpus fund of around 1 crore 10 lakh rupees, out of which 72 lakh has been donated by alumni. Look at the figures. 1 crore 10 lakh rupees kept specifically for scholarship. And from the dividend and interest of this 1 crore 10 lakh rupees, we offer tuition fee scholarship to the students who are not able to pay the fee at the time of admission. And then we have a provision that, say, for example, the student is known to Pingle sir. Pingle sir will go to the home of that student. He will analyze the situation and report. Take the moral responsibility, not the financial responsibility. Take the moral responsibility that I have verified the situation of that student and he's eligible to, get that scholarship. So such thing can be done in your institution if you slowly want to raise some amount, a corpus, and from the interest of that, can you give scholarships and free ships to the institution? Or say, for example, this year, I have that number. Let me go through the minutes of the CDC meeting. Yesterday, a few days back, I was in the meeting of the College Development Committee. Give me 2 minutes to tell you that number. Yes. Hindustan Petroleum has given us a scholarship of 14 lakh rupees this year. Hindustan Petroleum. So apart from government, can you contact some other agencies who will get you the scholarships for the students? So I am always open to such options. And on record, I am telling you all these things. 1 crore 10 lakh rupees and Hindustan Petroleum 14 lakh rupees scholarships. So you have to keep your eyes open, look around, what are the various opportunities, and I can easily fetch this 5 marks in criterion 5, right? So again, the audited statement, this has to reflect in your accounts. No black money, everything has to be white. 14 lakh means 14 lakh into your account in white with check or NEFT or RTGS, whatever it is. 1 crore 10 lakh, all in account of Shikshan Prasarak Sanstha. Nobody can claim that it is black and white. It is absolutely white money. So that is why you need audit of these things. Then coming to capacity building of the students are, able of, learning, going through the curriculum, etc., etc. But sometimes you still feel that no, hamare students bade achhe hain, but when they go to market, they are not able to perform because they need something more. And what is that something more that you should be giving to the students? Is soft skills. Now I could see some people commenting on my presentation skills. I saw one of the comment. So that is communication skill. Soft skills. You should not be arrogant. You should, your body language, what kind of body language you are having. What is your attire? How do you dress? What is your language? Command on the language. What are your communication skills? So do you fine tune these skills in your students? The life skills, for example, the yoga, the fitness, the health and the hygiene. And then finally, the IT and computing skills. This is very important. I make it compulsory for my students, irrespective of what faculty you are. You have to have some basic computing skills or ICT skills with you. So do you conduct some programs reflecting into these 4 important aspects of capacity building? If you are doing it, then prove it. Name of the program, number of students, duration of the program. Have you collaborated with somebody? For example, for one of the soft skills programs, we collaborated with an agency called as Life from Delhi. So they conducted a soft skill program for us. So similarly, for doing these exercises, have you collaborated with somebody? If you do that, then keep a record of the brochure, the geotagged photographs, a report of the program, number of students, but ensure that this is not a part of your university curriculum. This is in addition to what your university is giving. So if you can provide all these things, then you are good to get these marks. Now, this is a difficult one, which is coming up. In fact, 2 things which are coming up. Number of students benefited by guidance for competitive exams and career counseling. So this happens in 2 steps. One is initially you need to register your students to the career counseling cell of your institution or competitive exam guidance cell of your institution. Many institutions don't do this. So at a meager charge of say 10 rupees or 50 rupees or 20 rupees or 100 rupees, register these students. Have a separate library in your institution where the students who are aspirants of competitive examination, they will sit and they will study the material. Have somebody who will look after issuing these books over there. Please excuse me, there is a power cut over here, so I will just okay, continue with this, not a problem. Maybe I will not look pretty good over there, but nevertheless. So this is one step. Second step is try to organize programs for these students so that they will get encouraged to participate in this examination. And the third step, which does not happen, you do not have a linkage with these students so that you will keep a track of their hall tickets and their results. Normally what people do is they simply, they register the students in the activity. They also, provide the library facilities, but they do not have any track of whether they appeared for the examinations or even if they appeared, what was their performance. So that tracking mechanism for competitive examination and placement is very, very important. So this question reflects on what are the programs that you have organized. But apart from that, it also asked about number of students placed through campus placements and number of students who participated in this activity. So their expectation is out of these counseling sessions, the students should also get placed after you do the career counseling. So maybe you are organizing mock interviews, maybe you are organizing placement on-campus placement drives also. You are giving the guidance for the competitive examination also. But how many students did participate? That record has to be kept. How many students could actually get the placement? That record also needs to be kept. And for that, your TNP officer, that is training and placement officer, needs to be in constant touch with these students. The next is the timely redressal of student grievance and sexual harassment and ragging cases. Normally people say, हमारे यहाँ तो ऐसा कुछ होता ही नहीं, we do not have such things, so we do not have a committee. No, nothing doing. You should be having a committee. You should be having a committee which, keeps on meeting from time to time as to what are the programs we can organize to keep the students aware about, not indulging into the activities such as sexual harassment and ragging. What are the laws? What are the UGC regulation 2013, UGC regulation 2015? 13 is for prevention of harassment of women staff at workplace, and 15 is for prevention of sexual harassment of students in higher education institution. So for you to tell these things to the students, you have to organize some programs. So do you implement the guidelines of these regulatory bodies? Just now, as I said, UGC regulation 13 and UGC regulation 15. Do you carry out some awareness programs in your institution to ensure that you have zero tolerance to these things? Do you have mechanism for online and offline student grievances? If you go to UGC website, at the bottom, they have online grievance submission with a record of how many grievances have been submitted and how many have been resolved. Do you have mechanism for the timely redressal? Complaint आई आज, redressal हुआ 15 दिन बाद, nothing doing. Do you have a mechanism for timely redressal? Do you have a committee of grievance redressal cell who would look into grievances now and then and resolve at his own level or the HOD's level or concerned department level or sometimes at the administrative level? If you have all these 4 things happening in your institution, you can choose the first option, otherwise go down and down and down and get 5 marks or less. For that, you will need a require of the minutes of the meeting, which is very important. People are very poor at it. So agenda of the meeting, how many of you, members were present, how many were absent, review of the earlier meeting, point number 1 on the agenda, resolution made, seconded by, point number 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, summary, vote of thanks, next meeting planned. This is how the minutes of meetings goes. So meetings of minutes should be written down clearly. They should be uploaded along with the constitution of the committee on your institutional website. This is very important. People say, हमारे यहाँ तो होता ही नहीं है, ऐसा हो ही नहीं सकता. There is a grievance. Not, if not of sexual harassment and ragging, of something else. पानी नहीं आ रहा है, the water is not clean, the campus is not clean, mosquitoes in the classroom. Mosquito in the classroom was grievance in my college. So report of incident, management of grievances from the concerned cell is essential. You cannot say that there are no events, so no grievance, and therefore no cell. No. You have to have a cell, you will have grievances, you will have to resolve it. So this is the point that I was trying to make. Coming to 5.2, which is student progression. This is again a little difficult because conventional colleges, you will find it difficult to have placement. So they asked you what is the average percentage of placement of outgoing students, either through central placement program, the on-campus program, off-campus program on their own. So the placement through higher education institution placement drive and through pool campus interviews at the college can also be considered, right? So try to keep track of your students, as many as possible, to ensure that their placements can be tracked and can be written here. So the name and contact of the student, the name of the employer and their contact and their pay package is also required. So offer letter or the salary sheet that is given to the students, your alumni, that will also be required. So I saw somebody was posting they are into third year of their second cycle. So yes, if you are into third year of your cycle, try to fetch as many students as possible. If you are not conducting online placement programs, then try to be in touch with all your alumni. The engagement with the alumni is very important. This is an exercise that you can do based on your memory, how many enrollment are there. And if you have an automation in your institution, that, for example, in my institution, we have, as soon as the student admits to TY, third year, all his record of second year is automatically carried forward. So I track my students. From third year, when the student goes to MA, again, he is tracked. So can you have a mechanism of tracking your students, the student progression, through automatic means and through manual means also? Say, for example, you have an attendance register or roll call. There are 20 students. Now, you know from your context and from your knowledge that out of these 20 students, 15 had gone for post-graduation. Out of these 15 postgraduate students, 2 have gone for research. So on that basis, you have to perform an exercise and find out the percentage of students who have gone from UG to PG, PG to MPhil, PG to PhD, MPhil to PhD, and PhD to postdoctoral. So gradually the number will fall down. Don't worry about that. That will happen for any college, any good college or bad college. But at least you have to keep a track. You have to have a mechanism where you can keep track that students are moving ahead. So documentation that you will need is in the prescribed form, the data where the students have joined the higher education from UG to PG. Just like, I said that I will create a sheet in my institution. If I say that my student has gone from UG in my institution to PG at YCIS, then I will ask my students to provide me either the degree from YCIS or the identity card from YCIS as a proof. That DVV may ask. This can be asked by the data validation partner. So that is important. Now going ahead into the next question, it talks about the percentage of students qualifying in all these competitive examinations. So as I have said, I will not go into details of this. If you are having a good competitive examination, keeping track of the number of students registered, participating in the examination, coming back to you and telling the results of the examination, then only you will be able to give the good percentage of students here. So go, if you are having a past data, go and be in touch with the student. We know our students. So what, talk to those students, get the necessary details from them, and then you can answer this question. So number of students appearing, number of students qualifying, this is the data that is required. Now this question 5.3 was initially very difficult, where they were asking for the outstanding performance of students in sports and cultural activities, national and international level only, initially when the new manual came. But now they have made it at university, state, and etc. So any event of sport or cultural activity where the students have won awards or medals, how many of them during the last 5 years? So answer is very simple. You just have to count the numbers and you have to upload the e-copies of the awards or letters. Only inter-university, college level or local level event will not be considered. So Sangamner Kabaddi Spardha will not be considered here. It has to be Pune University inter-university competition or Maharashtra state competition or national level championship or international competition, that will be. So participation in Republic Day parade by NCC candidate can also be considered over here as an outstanding performance in cultural activity. Award for team will be considered as one only. Now, do you have any mechanism for students' representation and engagement in various administrative, co-curricular and extracurricular activities? So many colleges do have, by laws, by ordinances, by statutes, that is there. For example, in CDC, that is College Development Committee, you require the representation of the university representative or the lady representative. In IQAC also, you require the representative of the students. In student council, there is a representation. In grievance redressal cell, you can have representation. In library advisory committee, you can have representation. So there are many co-curricular, extracurricular and administrative committee where you can have representation of the student. So find out what are the suggestions made by the students under such bodies. For last 5 years, how many students have representatives? Any significant contribution by the student, if you can write it in 500 words, that can get you 5 or 10 marks here. Similarly, you may or may not be organizing sports and cultural activities, but your students probably would participate in such competitions in your institution or other institutions. So what is the average number of such competitions in which the students of your college have participated in last 5 years? How many events have been there in which the students of your, yes, which geotag app we use, I will tell you in question answer session if time permits. Average number of events in which your students have participated. So for example, there are 10 events in which my students participated this year. Next year there were 8, next year there were 20. So 10 plus 8 plus 20 divided by 3 is the average. So you have to keep a track of how many students have been participating. You have to have a coordinator for this. We have a mechanism where all the students, when they leave the institution for participating in some activity, they have to take permission of the cultural coordinator in my college. So my cultural coordinator, he has the record of all the students who are participating in such activities. I might be looking a little shabby in the video because there is a power cut here and dark in the room. Nevertheless, what I'm speaking is probably important for you, so don't worry. So somebody was talking about the photographs. I will be telling you the geotag when criterion 7 comes again. So try to keep the brochures and circulars related to this list of the students and the activity report if you are having for all such activities which are conducted. Alumni engagement. See, I was talking about, fortunately, the power has resumed. I was talking about the donation of 78 lakh rupees to that endowment scheme Vidyadhan Kalash Yojana. So here it is written Maji Vidyarthi Maitri Medava. Maji Vidyarthi in Marathi means alumni. He is the famous businessman from Pune, Mr. Avinash Bhosle, who is the alumnus from our college, and he donated 78 lakh to this corpus fund which we call as Vidyadhan Kalash Yojana. So that is why we are having a corpus of 1 crore 10 lakh rupees. And this is one of the biggest contribution the alumni has made. So first thing that you need to do is register your alumni. If your alumni is not registered, your question will not be evaluated. So register it. And then describe how your alumni association is contributing to the development of your institution. For registration of your alumni, you will need the body of your alumni, say president, vice president, secretary, general secretary, and so on, the members of the alumni association. You will need a bank account where all the money that is coming through alumni association will be put in. It will be audited. You'll be having elections also, right? And then you go down to this. See, this is one of the activity that our alumni did. This is called as Granthdan Yojana. So we, appealed to our alumni that we are having ample space in our library, which is lying vacant. So if the alumni can donate books, so the alumni donated books worth 5 lakh rupees, each set costing 3,000 rupees. And this is our stack room, the stack room of our library, how it looks. And this is the books. These are the books donated by the alumni. Granthdan Yojana. This is what we called it. So we had Vidyadhan Kalash Yojana, where we would be offering scholarships to students, and Granthdan Yojana, where the alumni have contributed in terms of books. So alumni contribution in terms of monetary gains, if you are having a registered alumni association, it can be rated from less than 1 lakh to 1 to 3 lakh to 3 to 4 lakh, 4 to 5 lakh, and 5 lakh and above. So depending upon what is your option that you have chosen, you can get marks. But what is needed is the bank account of your alumni association. That has to be audited, the expenditure, income expenditure of the accounts of alumni association. That has to be audited just like any other account is, and that will be reflected here. So any amount which has been probably deposited to your college account by the alumni, it should be shifted to the bank account of the alumni association, right? So this is all about criterion 5. And now we'll quickly move down to criterion 6. It is comparatively easy. I will not take much time over here because it is mostly related. There are 100 marks again. And in these 100 marks, the first question which we talk about is vision and mission. Do you have the vision and mission in place where all the activities that are taking place in the institution are aligned with this vision and mission? Do you have that effective leadership which talks about the institutional vision and mission, and your activities reflected into vision and mission? So many people falter in this vision and mission. Vision is a broad statement. Like my college's vision is spread knowledge unto the last. I do not know where that last is. How will I reach up to last? I do not know it, but I want to reach up to the last. Any student which is deprived of education, I want to take knowledge to that student. That's why spread knowledge unto the last is my vision. But how I do it is my mission. So for example, you see here, I'll give you the example of Sri Ram College of Commerce. The vision is very simple, a college of global choice. So that is described in the vision. To achieve and sustain excellence. If they achieve and sustain excellence in teaching, research, then they will be college of global choice. Enriching the local, national and international communities, they will be college of global choice. Publishing of the academic and educational materials, they will be college of global choice. So when you talk about mission, you are actually talking about how will you achieve the vision. I have seen many colleges, no relation between vision and mission. So this is how your vision should be supplemented by your mission. I hope I'm clear on that. So now quickly going through the next question. The effective leadership is visible in terms of decentralization and participative management. So Hindi mein kehte hain, people from North India will find it good. Akela chana kya bhaad phodega. And in English, I would say that you cannot work in silos. You cannot work in isolation. You require people, you require team building. So therefore you decentralize, right? You go from, distributing your responsibilities, and then you have participative management. Each one is a boss. So do you have a case study where this has worked? Maybe you had principal as a leader, you had IQAC coordinator, then you have head of the department who was looking after some activity, maybe student research activity where there was a coordinator of activity. So this is decentralization. Boss, sub-boss, then 5 more members or 3 more members assisting it. This is called as decentralization. So if you have found out one activity like this, then can you use meetings of that minute or action taken report as one of the proof for the success of that activity? For example, how the examination is conducted in your institution. You have the CAP coordinator, for example, the principal, CAP director, CAP coordinator, for example, the CEO, chief examination officer. You have senior supervisors, internal, external. You have junior supervisor. So gradually you are decentralizing and deliberating the authority. Gradually you are decentralizing and participating management. Junior supervisor is the boss of the class. Senior supervisor is the boss of junior supervisor. Chief examination officer is boss of the senior supervisor. And chief examiner's boss is the principal. So similarly, can you cite at least one activity? Same for admission committee. You can have in charge of admission committee of first year BSc, second year, third year, all working for the same cause. Ultimate boss is the principal or the management. So find 1 or 2 such examples and illustrate that, so that can get you marks. Then another important thing comes, which is called a strategic and perspective plan. Since we are running short of time, I'm really hurriedly going through it, but trying to give you a sense of all these things. Both things are different. Strategic plan is different and perspective plan is different. Strategy is something different and plan is something different. I'll tell you how it is different. Everything starts from, in criterion 6, or in fact in quality, everything starts from baseline assessment. Where am I today? What is my status today? What are my marks today? How many publications that I have today? How many PhD teachers I have today? How many programs I'm running my institution today? That is my baseline assessment. Now your plan, visioning, where do I want to go? So if I am having 20 teachers with PhD in my institution, and there are 40 teachers in my college, what do I want to do? So by next 2 years or 3 years, I want 35 PhD teachers in my institution. Right? So that is my plan. But how do I go about that plan? Is encourage the teachers to register for PhD, carry out workshops for them to write down a plan, a 6-month plan, submit the summary to the university, help them in writing the thesis, help them in finding out the plagiarism. That is strategy. So you have plan and strategy running parallel to each other. This is called as perspective and strategic planning. But when you plan anything, you have to see whether you are implementing it or not. And when you implement it, you may find that the things are probably not going the way they should. You planned that you should be having 35 PhD teachers, but you still could not achieve it, and you only could jump from 20 to 25. So then you sit back and say that what is going wrong. And after assessing what is going wrong, you go back again to action planning and try to implement it again so that it is more successful the next time. That is called as ATR, action taken report. So you see whether what you have planned is going on or not. The SMART goals, I will not go into details of SMART goals. So that ATR is important. If I say Dr. Jay wanted to organize this workshop at 2:30, so could he organize the workshop? Did he get the participant? Did the resource person come? Did the resource person do justice with the talk? What was the feedback from the participant? If everything is okay, then the program is successful. Next time, Dr. Jay will perform the same, the activity with the similar procedure. But if something has gone wrong, then he will rectify that step and come up again with a new plan in the next workshop. So that is why ATR, that action taken report, is very important. So you have plan, you have strategy, and then you have review as to how and what has happened and what can be rectified. Upload this on the institutional website. Similarly, there is third thing called as organogram that you have to define for functioning of your institutional bodies. It is something like this. So you will make it. You might be having trustees or the management council chairman. You might be having a principal, might be having vice principal, head of the departments, teachers, OS on other side, IQAC on other side, librarian, NSS, etc., etc. So this is all known to you. You prepare such kind of chart. This is called as organogram. Put it on the website. But for the NAAC peer team purpose, ensure that each one of these knows their responsibilities and duties well defined. The responsibilities and duties are very, very important. Then comes the e-governance. You should be having an ERP in your institution instead of separate module for governing all these things. Automation is the buzzword. You have to automate everything. Your administration should be automated. My administration is such that on their mobile, through their ERP, they get the details of every day's happening. How many students admitted today? How many admissions cancelled? How many seats vacant? How many management quota? What is the opening balance? What is the closing balance of the accounts today? What is the examination details? What are the results percentage? Yesterday, we conducted a CDC meeting, and what our chairman asked to the Department of Commerce was, your result are 87%. Why? You see the quality stuff. Even the 87% result was a cause of concern that this is low. Teaching learning summary was counted. 2,700 odd lectures were planned in last semester, and 2,600 some lectures were conducted. So he was asking why these 60 lectures were against the plan, not against the workload, against the plan. So you need to keep everything automated in your institution through something called as e-governance. You can have softwares from any company will offer you this. So if you have automation of all these areas, you will get all the marks. Otherwise, you will find it difficult to administer your institution. So you need an ERP document, screenshot of that ERP screen where these modules are present, bills that you are paying, and the policy document of your institution e-governance. Why do you want e-governance? How do you want your governance to improve through e-governance? What are the various aspects of the e-governance that you want to address? What are the benefits that you want to get from the e-governance and all that? Another important thing in criterion 6 is the faculty empowerment strategies. And what are these faculty empowerment strategies? One of them is welfare. So you have to describe what are the efforts that you are taking for the welfare of the staff. For example, do you provide them some recreational facilities? Can they sit somewhere in your institution and play carom? Can read newspaper? Do you offer them health insurance? Do you give admission of the wards of your teaching or non-teaching employee at some concessional rates in the all these are the welfare measures. In our institution, we take our non-teaching staff for excursion every year, apart from this pandemic. They go to Hyderabad, Ramoji Film City, they roam around in Gujarat. So this is what our institution does. We have a credit cooperative society from where session in the tuition fee to the wards of the non-teaching employee. So such things can be done by the institution. Average percentage of the teachers who have been provided with financial support for attending workshops and conferences and membership fee of professional bodies. So if you are teachers, for example, many of you have come over here and some registration fee, I know there is no registration fee charged probably for this workshop, but if some fee is charged and you go to your college, then they should reimburse to you. And that will be put into a head which is called as, financial support to the teachers. Right? So that is very, very important. Do you have this separate head in your accounts ledger or not? If I take life membership of certain body, say, for example, Zoological Association of India, and it charges 5,000 rupees. So my institution, if not 5,000, should reimburse at least 1,000 rupees. And I should have a budget for this. So how many teachers, how much amount, and then audit of all this needs to be provided to support this particular question. Then there's another thing. Normally, teachers, they go for orientation courses, refresher courses, etc. But what are you doing for your teachers? This is something that YCIS is doing for you. But are you doing something for your teachers? Are you organizing programs on, how to write a research proposal? Are you organizing a program for personality development of the teachers? Are you organizing a program for, say, English for researchers? Are you organizing a program for statistics for research? Are you organizing a program for, how to use animations in PowerPoint presentation? Very simple topics. Are you organizing a program on how to write Marathi on computer? Are you organizing a program on using Google Suite, Google Doc, Google Sheets, etc.? How to prepare e-content using OBS? These are all the programs that I had organized. So when you organize such professional development programs or administrative training programs for the institution, these are in-house programs. So IQAC of a college or quality cell of the college should look into organizing such programs and keep a record of how many such programs have been organized, how many teachers have participated. So the footnote here is the invited talks are not included here. The person who taught English for researcher was HOD of English department in my college. The person who taught statistics for researcher was a commerce teacher in my college. The person who taught animation in PowerPoint was a physics teacher in my college. The person who taught how to write emails in Marathi was myself in my college. So use your own resources for conducting these programs. No, don't invite any resource person for that. So these are the administrative development program or the professional development program organized by the institution for the institution with photographs, dates, etc. And apart from that, all these orientation programs and refresher programs, etc., face-to-face and online now these days. Swayam, Ramanujan College, etc. are there, MOOCs are there. So you can attend all these programs, and the IQAC should keep the record of all this. In my college, IQAC has a folder, OPRCFDP Swayam. This folder is shared with establishment section of the college and with all the teachers. So teachers put their certificate there. So it is available to establishment, human resource section, to IQAC, and with the teacher all the time, anytime. Whenever whosoever wants it can use it, right? So you have to develop that system of documentation also. These certificates, e-copies will be required as a proof. You will have to give the list of teachers, the number of programs they have attended. Performance appraisal is one other important thing. There are two kinds of teachers, the non-grant and the grantable. The aided teachers, they normally get performance appraisal through that API system of UGC. But how about the non-teaching and the teaching staff on unaided? So depending upon your requirement, you have to design your own performance appraisal form. Anyways, with the service requirement, you have another performance appraisal system that you require at the end of, services, retirement also. But you can have, say, for example, student research and feedback is something which is given a lot of importance in my institution. So our performance appraisal form, it has how many student research projects have you guided in the last academic year? What was the feedback score of the feedback that you have received from the students? That is normally included in the performance appraisal system of my institution. So you can design your performance appraisal system depending upon quality, quantity, reliability, and cooperation. Whether the teacher is accurate or not, whether the teacher is following the timeliness or not, he follows the rules or not, is he working together, it is participative, does he solve problem, is he innovative? So questions related to these things can be included in the performance appraisal system of your institution for grantable as well as non-grantable teachers. But I say grantable because API system is already there, so they get appraised because of that, from assistant to associate and associate to professor. But specifically for unaided section, you need to have this mechanism. Lastly, the things come which is called as financial management or resource mobilization. Very important thing. One is you need to conduct internal audit, and another is external audit from external chartered accountant or AG office. But you should have a mechanism of either you are having a commerce teacher or somebody who knows, who will audit your accounts all the time. So there are internal audits. Internal audit may not be done by chartered accountant. He may not be qualified, but he will at least check that everything is normal. But external financial audits, they are always carried out through the chartered accountant. And you have to submit the reports of the audits to NAAC. If there are any objection, have you complied with the objection? That also needs to be submitted. Then there is this question which talks about the funds received from NGOs, individuals, and philanthropists. Philanthropist means donations. So these are sorts of donations that you have received. These are not the research grants that we are talking about, right? So therefore, not covered in criterion 3. You have already talked about research grants in criterion 3. Don't talk about that now. You're talking about donations. But donations in the form of instruments or books, etc. are not considered here. Only monetary donation will come into the play. And again, for that purpose, audited statement will be required to be uploaded. Talk about mobilization of funds. This is an important practice in your institution. Now, many organizations, including ours, is feeling the financial crunch. Students' fees has not been raised for last many years. Funds are not coming. So what do? You have to find ways where you can guide your teachers to see what are your needs, what are your targets, what are your plans. Can you utilize your connection? Just now, for example, I told you Hindustan Petroleum. It was through our connection that they offered 14 lakh as a scholarship. So find connections, go to DBT, go to DST, go to other funding agencies and tell them your causes. Why are you doing this particular thing? And probably then they will give you funds. So mobilization funds means that you have to find the ways to get grants from different agencies. And for that, you have to have a good cause. If you are having good cause, people will not give you 72 lakh, they will give you 72 crore. If you have a good and genuine cause. So do you have a mechanism for this? These are the things that one need to do. Fund writing proposal is one of them. You need to write a proposal. A good proposal should be written so that people get convinced that you have a good cause, and then they will grant you. So these are the steps of resource mobilization that needs to be looked into. Then comes the internal quality assurance system is actually not applicable to the colleges of first cycle. But nevertheless, you should be having a cell which will monitor the quality of the institution. Whether or not you have IQAC and whether or not NAAC has to be done, but you need to have something who will look into whether the things are going correctly or not. कि बस ऐसे ही चल रहा है. So IQAC or quality cell would be such kind of cell. So now IQAC, is it contributing to the quality assurance practices or strategy in your institution? Can you give two such examples? So the philosophy of IQAC is plan, do, check and act. What is the philosophy? I do certain thing as per plan, then I do it, then I check it whether it has been done correctly or not, and then if it has not been correctly, I rectify it and do it again. That is IQAC. So two such practices, for example, in my institution, feedback was one such practice. We started taking feedback. We turned from offline feedback to online feedback. We changed the faculties. The arts people would take feedback from commerce students. Commerce faculty teachers will take feedback from science students so that there is no connection and genuine feedback will be received. Then somebody gave us a remark that there are many absent students who give feedback, so the correct feedback is not received. So then we involved parent teachers and said that only students who are attending the class regularly, their list should be given and we can, improve the feedback mechanism. So this was all done through IQAC. So you can give such examples where your notion was that your processes were continuously improving, just like right? So this is called as the quality improvement through IQAC. The second job that IQAC or quality cells should be doing is looking into the teaching learning process and looking into the incremental improvement of various things which are happening in your institution. So just like I told you, we have a mechanism in IQAC. I was telling you the number, 2,700 odd lectures planned and 2,600 odd lectures conducted. Where did this come from? For every month, I will tell you the number. Just for example, give me 2 seconds. This will really, you will like it. That's why I'm telling you with all the desperation. The numbers that we give is in this form. This is yesterday's document that I have submitted. For the month of May, my dear friends, I had planned 9 lectures of theory at first year BSc and I conducted 9 lectures. I had planned 10 practical hours at FY BSc and taken 10. I had planned 12 lectures at TY BSc and taken 12. Planned 4 practicals at TY BSc and taken 4. So in May month, I have planned 15 and actually I have taken 35. And this is record available for all my teachers. So this speaks about how I'm monitoring the teaching learning process with the methods, how I'm delivering them also. Similarly, what I can do is in the long term, from cycle to cycle or from year to year, what was the number of UG programs and now, PG programs and now, earlier and now, number of teaching staff earlier and now, number of PhDs earlier and now, number of students earlier and now, number of books earlier and now. This is called as incremental improvement. This is the job of quality cell, whether you are NAAC accredited or not. Some cells should be there in the institution who will look after this. That is called as incremental improvement. And then probably the last question of criterion 6 is, do you conduct the meetings of quality cell from time to time? Submit the AQAR if you are NAAC accredited. If you are not, then at least do you collect feedback, analyze them and use for improvement? Do you conduct collaborative quality initiatives? For example, I have MOUs with as many as 200 colleges for IQAC initiatives. So do I collaborate with other colleges for quality initiatives? Do you have this national institutional rankings? Our college could not get into 200 as of now. For first time, I guess we were in 150 to 200. Thereafter, we could not. But then do at least you participate in NIRF? Do you do ISO or NBA accreditation or some other accreditation? So if the answers to this is any 4 or any 3 or any 2 or any 1, select the correct answer and go for the 10 marks. For first cycle colleges, which are going for first cycle, IQAC is not applicable. So that you can get with these things. So with that, come down to the, I'll take 10 minutes maximum to discuss this criterion 7, which is institutional values and best practices. Most of the questions here are very, very simple. And therefore, I will not talk much detail. What is gender equity? Now, this is different from gender equality. This is gender equality and this is gender equity. You want to ensure gender equity. Now, you have given equal opportunities here, but that will not lead the boy is still not able to get the fruits. This is a very common example that people do. So you will actually promote this student so that he reaches up to the fruit. So this is equity. This is equality. What you want is equity and not equality, right? So ensure that all are able to reach to fetch the fruits. Don't give them equal opportunity. Anyways, you are giving same class, same classroom, same teacher. Not getting well. All the students. So maybe you need more attention to that student who is not faring well. That is called as gender equity. For that, you will need to do something called as gender audit. First, you need to have a gender sensitization action plan, 5 years. And that will be based on the gender audit. What is gender audit? Of all the activities that are taking place in your institution, say for example, participation in NSS, participation in sports, meritorious students, number of female staff in administration, number of HODs who are female, or the research projects where the women are participating, number of boys, number of girls, for all the activities. And then on that basis, you find out what are your observation. Maybe for my college, I will come down that there is no participation of a female teacher on administration. All my vice principals are male. Principal is male. So that is an observation. Or I would say that some college would say there is only NCC male unit. There is no female unit. So females cannot participate in NCC. So it is advisable to bring a a unit of girls NCC in the. Then you can also look into what are the facilities provided to a particular gender in the institution and write a report. And on that basis, make a plan for 5 years, which will lead to gender equity. So you will conduct programs for both the genders, even sometimes the third gender. You will provide physical facilities and other support facilities to these genders so that all these genders develop at the same rate. And for that, as I said, you can conduct various programs from workshops to have harassment cell. Following the UGC regulation 2015, as I said, which is for students in higher educational institution against the sexual harassment. So you can have CCTV cameras, you can have watchmen, you can have daycare centers, you can have girls' common rooms, you can have sanitary napkin dispensing machine, you all centers in your institution. Then you're coming down to alternate source of energy, and you should take measures or ensure that you have some of these. Solar energy is very, very common. Almost all the institutions now these days have their solar panel. If you are having canteen or mess, you can think of having a biogas plant. We do not have. Wheeling to grid, if solar, think of wheeling to a grid. Excess of electricity that you have generated, you transport it back to the electricity board. That is called as wheeling to grid. That automatically comes with the solar energy these days. Sensor-based energy conservation. For example, in library, you have a stack room which is dark. Light automatically puts on. This is called a sensor-based energy conservation. LED bulbs, replacing all tube lights with LED bulbs, or having efficient equipment. You have seen those star marks, 4-star equipment, 5-star equipment. So having the bills of all these things and geotagged photographs, electricity bills showing the reduced consumption of units, that will be a proof for this particular question. Excel sheet in this particular criterion. So it is a comparatively easier criterion. Asking for degradable and non-degradable waste. So different kinds of waste. There are solid waste, there are liquid waste. There are in biolabs, there are tissues, the animals which are being thrown out. E-waste, the resistors, the capacitors, the keyboards, the buttons, the mouse, etc. Waste recycling, the pens, disposable pens, the papers, etc. Hazardous chemicals coming from chemistry laboratory. So how do you take care of this that you have to describe in 500 words? I'll give you one or two examples quickly. So you can have a effluent treatment plant probably for liquid waste management, right? Or septic tank in your institution. All the leaves which are falling, probably you can use it for vermicomposting. You can segregate the waste into different types, the wet waste, solid waste, dry waste. The e-waste can be recycled, giving it to certain company and get money out of it. And in chemistry, there is something called as micro scale chemistry or green chemistry. For example, in our college, we do recycling of CCl4, carbon tetrachloride, and reuse again and again. So that can be done. These are some of the examples. The dustbins which are labeled, the glasses can be thrown here, the plastic can be thrown here, the paper can be segregation, solid waste management. This is the vermicompost that we make. So all the leaves and litter that you have, the cow dung that can be taken in. We have a farm also in our college, 7-acre farm where sweet corn, where wheat is grown. So you compost this also. So you can recycle waste. Again, biological waste can be segregated similar. These are students of MSc Geography and Zoology and Botany. They collected all the plastic waste, weighed this waste and gave it recycling, etc. This was part of their project in environment management compulsory credit. This is an effluent treatment plant where effluents can be recycled and the water can be used again for gardening, etc. This is the vermicompost unit of my college, which can be used for disintegrating the solid. Similarly, you can have water conservation facilities. Rainwater harvesting is a difficult thing where you want to filter water again after rain has come down, and then you need to store that water. Some amount needs to be, financially needs to be spent here. But what you can simply do is you can have a bore well, open well recharge. So this we have that all the terraces, they direct their water into bore well. We have 3 wells in our campus. So water goes into in the rainy season. You can have tanks like I do pick wastewater, like irrigation kind of thing that can be done. The effluent plant and then wastewater recycling. And a water distribution system in your campus, the drip irrigation I'm talking about. So choose the right option out of it. How many of these are with you? A few examples. This is a picture from Abida Inamdar College, Pune. The rainwater harvesting system, the filters applied here, and the water stored in underground tanks over here. This is rainwater harvesting. Geotagged photographs will be needed here. This is a water storage tank that we have in our college. This is 8 lakh liter one, and this is 32 lakh liter ones. So we have 40 lakh liter units water tank available in our institution. And from this water is pumped and through drip irrigation, it's circulated to the 50-acre campus that we are having. All the trees and everything that is around in our campus. Then green campus initiatives, you can restrict the entry of the automobiles in your institution on a particular day. For example, we do it on Teachers' Day. But we also calculate how much petrol was consumed, in fact, saved. Tentatively, depending upon how much distance the teacher would have traveled. Use of bicycles and battery powered vehicle can be promoted. Pedestrian and friendly pathways, footpaths, they can be constructed in your college, provided you have a big campus. And ban of plastic in certain areas of your college can be done. Landscaping, like I have shown in the earlier picture, that can be done in your institute. And geotagged photograph, wonderful photo. This is again one of the buildings of my college. This is Commerce building with the lectures of Commerce departments. This is the kind of landscaping that we are having in our institute. On the left side of this ground is that Commerce building. All around beautiful trees, nicely marked ground. The landscaping is done wonderfully well. Then this is an important thing. You need to get in touch with some agency who will conduct environment audit for you. NAAC again probably has been confused regarding all these terms. If you do green audit, all these automatically come into. Green audit is a compulsory exercise which takes into account the energy the environment also, the noise pollution also, the air pollution also, and everything. So if you do green audit, it will talk about the air monitoring, it will talk about the electricity, it will talk about the e-waste and everything else. So have you done these audits? If you do one, you will do three together. Have you received any award? And do you do any promotional activities in society beyond the campus? If you are doing such activities, then provide a report of that. If you give any award, give the e-copy of that. And if done a green audit, then provide a report of a green audit from some agency, right? Now the institution is having disability environment. So do you have ramps or lifts? Disabled-friendly washrooms where a person who is probably not good with his hands or feet, he can use the washrooms. Do you have tactile paths or lights or display boards or signposts? Do you have assistive technologies, for example, some softwares, braille or screen reading softwares, which can be used by young agents? Do you have assistive who will go and help him? Do you provide readers and the scribe for these students while they appear for the examination? Right? Only thing that we don't do is probably we do disabled friendly washroom. You need to construct them. You do not have sensor based or sometimes do not have these softwares for braille or, for example, screen reading software. So there are certain things that you can do. Go to internet and search for this access. This is a software which will read everything which is there on the screen so that blind people can automatically read the computer screen. A disabled friendly library took something like this, where there are certain buttons, the water into it, the low height commode would be over there, there would be support. As in our college appears something like this, they should not be pretty heighted, the slope should be comfortable. So such things can be made available in the institution for disabled. Quickly come on to the question which is regarding the harmony in the institution, which talks about, you know, initiatives of inclusive environment, that everybody is invited in the institution. So do you conduct programs which lead to the they are tolerating the they learn the tolerance, they have harmony towards cultural and regional diversity, the linguistic diversity, the communal diversity? Normally we are not actually. No. From that state, from this state, from that language, from that religion, from this religion. No. You have to develop a mechanism where you are supporting the requirements of everyone. So in my class, if there are Muslims, I'm interacting with Muslims, I'm not talking Marathi. I make it a point that with Muslim student, I will always talk in Hindi. However, it will sometime happen that Muslim students talk to me in Marathi. Not a problem. But I should ensure that I should take, you know, there were students in my class, Muslim students in my class. They would come to zoology department lab for offering their namaz in the afternoon. Found it comfortable in our department. So do you have some prayer offering places in your institution? Do you have some course content in your syllabus which addresses all the religious society, not the particular religion? So this is how you should be the diversity and be of everything that is happening in the society. Now, do you, sensitize your students regarding the value, rights, and duties of the citizen? Again, qualitative question. So you organize many programs, but ensure that whatever programs you organize in your institution are in line with the preamble of the Constitution, which has been written by Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar. So talk about justice, talk about liberty, talk about equality, talk about all these things, social and economic, justice, etc. Secularity, democracy. All these things, programs activity, and then you get this question. Now, this is important. Write a code of all students, teachers, and and staff and display it on the web. And should the student behave, and how judge should behave, and how administrator should behave, put it on the website. Have a committee to monitor. We have a what we call as discipline of conduct of student and everything. Organize professional ethics program for the students. What not to do? What are the ethics? Organize programs for them. And lastly, do you have annual awareness program on code of conduct for UGC and introduce program? In the institution. That is reflected here. This question is pretty simple, where you talk about all the festivals and days you have celebrated in your college, no? Then National Environment Day, etc., etc., Water Day, etc., etc. Key part of that, report of that, and that report. Question. Now, coming to the two questions, but very important one. Give me 5 minutes and we'll finish it off. Best practice. You do not have a list of practice and then point out two best practices out of it. You actually nurture a practice into a best practice. So this carries 30 marks. And what you do in this practice is, for this particular question is, you find a title to this practice. For example, this practice called Swawalamban, or in fact, I will say student research scheme. So in 2012, we thought that student research should be started in our college. It is not something that leads to MPhil and PhD alone. It should start in first year BSc or BA or BCom only. So now from 2012 to 2020 onwards, we are having 3,000 research projects and 90 of them have been published in international journals. And there is one patent filed by a chemistry student. It took me 8 years to develop this practice into a best practice. So best practice is a sustainable practice. You cannot do it once and forget. You continue it with improvement, with a particular objective in mind. My objective wise to inculcate research in my. So that is called as best practice, right? So this is benchmarking. I have to improve constantly. And you have to improve a practice so that it becomes best practice. So identify a practice, implement that practice, do that practice on the institutional level, all the departments, all the teacher. And once you do it, then it should be a habit. And lastly, once you have done it, give it to the society. So I have given it to ICIS. I have given to many colleges. Student research, do as many as 3,000 projects in 8 years, publish them, get patents. This can be a best practice. So provide it to society, then this is called as dissemination. This is how best practices are developed. And last question for the day is distinctiveness. You have to develop yourself as a brand. What is my distinctiveness? My distinctiveness can be something like this: placement. My distinctiveness can be holistic development. My distinctiveness can be research. My distinctiveness can be infrastructure. My distinctiveness can be transparency and rigor. For example, my college was the college which posted a hoarding during the appointment of the teacher that nobody will ask you for any single rupee for the appointment in this college. If anybody does, then report it to registrar. And this post was viral while the last year appointments, the grantable post appointment, were carried out. So my forte is transparency and rigor. My forte or USP is transparency and rigor. Can you write down an essay in 1,000 words on this particular thing and get 20 marks? Holistic development of students can be your forte. Placement of your institution can be your forte. Research can be your forte. So whatever is your area, which is distinctive, my college is known for that. And if you can write an essay of 1,000 words here, you can get 20 marks. So with this, I have come down finally to end of all the 7 criteria, little hurriedly. This is my email ID and this is my mobile number. Jay sir had given me 6:30. I have finished dot at 6:30. Thank you very, very much for this patient hearing. And over to Dr. Jay or the host.
Sir, you have
Sonali,
talked
madam.
3 hours and 30 minutes from just started
Yes.
at 3 o'clock and now it is 6:30. So
Yes.
your stamina is very good and talk is also very fine.
It's
Oh,
up to you.
Thank you. Thank you.
fantastic, sir. Fantastic. Very nice information and lot of topics are covered by you.
Thank you.
Very good session, sir. It is not a workshop for 3 hours only, but it is a workshop for 3 days, sir.
Yeah, actually it is.
Well
But
said.
nevertheless, thank you. I hope I could do justice with whatever I had. And I would only that you want to get back to what Dr. Jay is with you. He's doing equally good with his institution, his Paramarsh scheme and IQSC. So he's nicely mentoring you people. But in case if you want to get in touch with me, thank you very much. You all can get back to me
We will
anytime.
be always touching with you. Definitely. We'll do some activities with you also, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Those who want to ask any queries or any questions, little hurriedly, but those who they can put in the chat box. On behalf
There
of
are
you,
some.
Sonal madam will ask the question to the CRE, sir. Are there any questions?
So many questions are asked by the participant during the session.
And
And
most,
sir has
right.
given so many answers during the session. He's
He's already answered most of the questions.
Yeah. I think that Anita Wali madam want to ask regarding the best practices. She has put some question. She has put one question into the chat box. This is regarding the best practices. She's asking, can we change the best practice like that? Madam,
Dr. Mali, you can ask directly. By unmuting.
Sir, very nice and informative lecture delivered by you. Just for sake of convenience, I would want to ask that is if due to some technical problem, if we change our institute best practice, it is valid?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. See, change in what? I mean, have you written some practice in AQR and now you want to change? Or have you submitted your SSR and now you want to change?
Suppose we plan to change in next year our best practice.
Yeah, of course. See, as I told you, the exercise is altogether upside down. Normally, people, what do? They shortlist some 20 practices and then say, out of these 20, these 2 are good enough to be called as best practice. It does not go like this. Actually, as I said, I identify an area which I want to develop as best practice. So I identified student research to be developed as best practice, and it can now continue for years to come. So if you want, yes, you feel that you are probably not doing good with that practice, you can change it, but then ensure that for next 5 years or so, you will put enough into it so that it turns up into a best practice. You can change it.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Akshay Deshmukh is asking about for arts teachers, what is an easier way of planning POs and PSOs?
There is no easy way. There is no easy way. It is a complete exercise. It is just like, is there any easy way of passing? No, there is only one way. Hard work, going through the syllabus, read everything, appear for the examination. So there is only one way, which is technically given by AICT and NBA. Write down the POs and CO based on Bloom's taxonomy, 6 levels of Bloom's taxonomy, map the COs with PO for all the courses, and then finally calculate the program outcomes based on the attainment of the course outcome. There is no shortcut.
Just one more question.
Riyaz Kazi want to ask which geotag app we should use. And,
yes. There is an app on Google Play Store called as Open Camera, and there are many other. I was comfortable with Open Camera because you can also give the title of the activity. So for example, this workshop on NAAC process is going on. So you can give the title workshop on NAAC manual, and lat long will also come. And that photograph is nicely taken. So open source is one, Open Source Camera, the name of that app.
There is one more question. Why NAAC does not follow the principle of equity in the evaluation of the rural colleges?
Yeah, this is a good question because NAAC is also evolving. Dr. Jay, Principal Sir, and Madam Gayakwad would also agree with. NAAC, when it started around, say, in late 90s, and it started evolving in 2004, then 2006, 2010, 2016. And since they have realized that there are colleges working on different strata, therefore they have come up like strategies called as opting out of the questions. Initially, they had questions like how many out of state students you are having. But then they realized that there are many colleges who hardly get students from other districts, forget out of state and out of country. So then they have given this choice of opting out of the question or removing such questions which are probably not applicable to some rural colleges. So yes, they think about it, but the idea at the same time is that bringing colleges to certain standard. For, considering rural colleges, you cannot dilute the standards all the time. So keeping certain standards at the same time, but helping all the colleges at the same time, that is also important. So that NAAC is trying to do. It is evolving, I would say, not 100%, but yes, it is evolving.
Okay. Sonal ma'am, please proceed. Due to the lack of time, we are not going to consider all the questions.
Okay.
Sir has already provided the
And
number as well as the email ID.
ID.
So participants can ask directly to the Sri Hari sir whenever they get the time.
Please feel free. This number that I have given is my WhatsApp number as well. So you can get in touch me on WhatsApp also. Not a problem.
Okay, before proceeding with the formal vote of thanks for this session, the link for the feedback for whole session or the whole workshop is uploaded in the chat box. So everyone should fill the feedback link, then and then only you will able to get the certificate of the attendance. Sonal ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir, for such a great and fruitful session. It will surely be helpful for us. Now, we are sincerely appreciate everyone's enthusiasm and cooperation for organizing and attending this workshop. May I request Dr. Anita Mari, Coordinator, Department of Forensic Science, YCI Satara, to propose vote of thanks. Over to you, ma'am. Dr. Anita Mari.
Thank you, madam. Good evening, one and all. It gives me immense pleasure to propose vote of thanks on behalf of Yashwantrao Saman Institute of Science, Satara, IQSC said, who organized a one-day workshop on understanding of NAAC manual under UGC-Paramarsh scheme. I express my deep sense of gratitude towards today's resource person, Honorable Sri Hari Pingre sir, for giving us a valuable time from his busy schedule. And given as it is from last 3.5 hours, he continuously speak about each and every point and each and every question of that is a NAAC manual. Because besides, other than NAAC criteria, no one know about that is a questionnaire, which questions are in the NAAC manual. Really, I am very much thankful, sir, for giving us a nice and informative talk. Thank you very much, sir. I extend my deep of sense gratitude towards today's chief guest, Honorable Dr. Pratibha Gaikwad, madam, for her wonderful guidance regarding NAAC and key role of higher education. I am very much thankful to President of today's workshop, Honorable Principal Dr. B.T. Jadhav, sir, for giving presidential address and cooperation. I am extend my thanks to Coordinator of IQSC, Dr. Jaisavan, sir, and all chairpersons of criteria for organizing such a nice workshop for us. I also thanks Dr. I am very much thankful to Vice Principal, Honorable Professor V.Y. Deshpande, sir, all the deans, all heads and coordinators of Home Institute, and all the personalities who participated in today's workshop under the mentor-mentee scheme for their precious presence and kind attention. I also thank to all the faculty members of Home Institute and technical team, Doke sir and anchor Dr. Kolle madam, for their support. And with the permission of DIAS, I declare that today's workshop is over. Thank you one and all. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Pleasure, sir. Jay, sir, thank you very much for inviting. And Principal, sir, thank you very much. Jadhav, sir. It was nice being with you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. See you again. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Definitely.
Yes, sir,
Definitely.
definitely, sir.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you,
Can I
sir.
take a leave?
Hello, Jay,
Yes,
sir.
yes.
Invite to Sri Hari Pingre, sir, for one more session. That is only for our institute.
Yeah. It should be for outcome-based learning.
Yeah. For only
Yeah. We can.
We should focus on the criteria 6 also, because that is need to us.
Yes, sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank
sir.
you.
Participants are requested to fill the feedback link before leaving the this virtual platform. once you fill the feedback form, instantly you will get the your certificate of attendance through your email ID.
Okay. Okay. I hope and pray that all of you and your families are doing well. Stay home and stay safe. With this note, I declare that session is over.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Okay, sir, you may close the section.